Now that's going. And that's running. All right, everybody. So, first things first, housekeeping. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people throw money at me. If you would like to throw money at me, you can do that via YouTube Super Chats or through Twitch via gifting subs, being subs, or throwing bits. I also accept tips through other sources, and if you want to support me directly without giving money to a third party, the best way to do that is through my blog. I would say that I write weekly, but it's been like a month because I had a fucking ridiculous August, and I need to get back to it. Hopefully I can sort that out this weekend. But the last thing I wanted to say is just thank you for watching, because I wouldn't have this job if you didn't tune in. Also, I sell merch. You can buy my mugs. Links are in the descriptions or in the command that was just popped into the Twitch chat here. If you're on the YouTube side of things, please leave a like on the stream. That's what makes the YouTube machine go burr. Aside from that, appreciate you for taking the time to tune in and click buttons. When it comes to the VODs and stuff, if you want to see those go up on youtube.com/blindextras, which is my second YouTube account. It's usually a couple VODs per week, and they're like 6 to 7 hours, maybe longer, maybe shorter, depending on how the VODs get cut that week. Today is my last stream of the week. I will be ending a little bit earlier today as well, because I have somewhere I need to be, so I won't be going for 9 hours again like I did the last two. Because I would like to get started on the next project, because that's how the YouTube machine goes, is I've got to work on things to upload. And I've got an idea for something a little bit different, which I haven't talked about too much, but I'm gonna give it a test run. Gonna give it the good try and see how it goes. And thanks for tuning in, Cricket. So, if you're on the YouTube side of things and watching, don't forget to leave a like and click that party button a couple times on Twitch. So let's get a round of beers, because it's time for Dwarfs. The past land continues once again at this place. Colorbeard. How are we liking this fort, chat? This fort is becoming, like, significantly more ambitious than I was expecting. So I'm curious, how are we feeling about this fort? Like, is it still maintaining the entertainment value that we need from something like this? Today, hopefully, we'll finish the arena. Which is looking very close to Dunsies. And we also built a fun side project, because we've started getting attacked. This is going to be the arena. Still not tired of the green? Gotcha. Something the weed discussion we were having earlier. The arena goes all the way up to here. I do want it to go a little higher, and then probably just going to flatten off the roof, I think. I know it's not symmetrical. It wasn't supposed to be. It's just supposed to be a rough kind of circular shape. I'm still considering building some sort of viewing platform over here. Maybe like connected to this. Yeah, I don't know. Over here we have the gnat flying around my eyes is what we have. Over here we have where my military trains, which is probably like my gnarliest, crappiest portion of the whole build so far, if I were to say. Down here is the crafting layer. I really like the way this layer looks. I really do. A few layers beneath that is this. This is where the magma forges live. So this is my metalworks industry. And this is where we've been making iron and steel, amongst other things, which is always a good time. I don't know why there's something set to be dumped right there. Let's turn that off. And then if I go down a little further, we've got kitchens. If I go down a little further, this is currently the side entrance. I'm working on a main entrance. As you can see, there's a bunch of crap on the ground here because I deconstructed my trading depot. So down here is where the dwarfs live. I actually need to make more housing today, so I think we're gonna populate some more of this level, because it turns out not every.
I feel like this fort has grown since I last lurked.
Because apparently I have dwarves that don't have bedrooms. Carrie Kitty, hello. This fort has grown since you last lurked. I don't know when you last lurked, but this fort is not small. Although I've been thinking about increasing the population a little bit. Around here we've got the other housing layer. This is the more complete one with various temples and guild halls. And this is mostly temples. And then tombs, of course, as is natural in any dwarven fort. If I go down here, eventually we get down to this, which is where we're doing farming. over here. I think the whole farming area there is pretty ugly. But this was the side project that we went and built. The side project is a steel bridge entrance, which goes over top of this mysterious worm platform right there, which allows me to eject lava and fill this thing up very quickly. I haven't fully tested it yet, so we need to do that, but that's something I would like to do today. If we go all the way along here, you can see the entryway that tunnels all the way into here, and then over to here, this is where we now trade. Over here is the proper entrance to the fortress now, which needs to be prettyified, and it's going to go all the way up, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up to here. Over here, I had to build a mist generator because moods were getting bad and staying bad. So now when they go carry bodies away, they get happy thoughts instead of negative thoughts. Yay! It's 100% not small. No, this is a pretty large fort. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that Prime resub for a 3rd month? Appreciate you. And yeah, we've also caught a good number of forgotten beasts and a turkey. And I need to resupply the turkeys. And also, I think, build more places to supply more turkeys. I think is something I need to do. I also need to go through the dwarves that are named and then read off Ice Blue's name. So let's do that next. So the named dwarves in the fort are Philly, Moo Cow, Dwarf Lobster, Zoestra, Nut Dealer, and Blazin, as well as Bone Doll, and Dimma de Wild, Stone, Wolf, Some Otters, Diebustin, Sergeant Donut, Pilot, Beardorf, Goober, Amethyst, Raging Cave, Zoreza, not to be confused with Zoestra, Server Lord, and Darut, as well as Kronos, and Tiny, Clockwork Dragon, Arga, Eye Lady, Potpourri, Darius, Sotmar, this guy, Enter Bunny, Moreb, Asylum, Stonecoat, Elith, Bismuth 83, Judosi, Undegaspri, Necrontyr, Burton, Caesartes, Magnifier, which is a fun play on words, that. Dulcan, Snail, Metroid, Jerry the World Eater, Sven. Whenever I read Jerry the World Eater, I just think of Gary the Snail for some reason. We got Gig, the mayor, who's still the mayor and has been the mayor for a while. We got Schmitty Scent and Lanix, as well as Romanoid and Bear Hunter, who killed a werebear. Who killed Bear specifically, the werebear, who lived in the fort for a while, then had to make an artifact, and then went to go make an artifact and turned into a werebear, and then attacked a bunch of people, and the Bear Hunter killed the werebear. Who's now a dead bear. He finally migrated from YouTube. Was the oof you like landing after parachuting down from the escape jet? I hope the transit wasn't too long. Onk and Poobert are both here, as well as I don't know what that shortens into. It's Edict. How does the heck does the game get that out of Edict? Good lord. We got Fool Jaws. Who else do we have? Dr. Silk, Sage, Cricket, Tome the Turkey, Greza, Turnpike, and a bunch of peasants who are children who've grown up. And then down here we've got Lightning Roger, Dulcan Jr., self-titled, Helmet, and Necron Jr., as well as a bunch of peasants who have grown up. And if I go over to here... Cool. None of them are in the thingy. And Generic Dwarf, thank you very much for becoming a big YouTube member. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? And YouTube folks, you guys can hit the party button if you like. Got a full keg. been a while since I got one of those big YouTube members. So, Ice Blue wants a dwarf. How's this work for you, Ice Blue? You do want martial training, so we could put you in the military. I mean, we should all be so lucky as to truly master a skill, she has to say. Blue as ice. Is impervious to the effects of stress, gripped by crippling shyness, only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation and desires little for herself in the way of possessions. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations after seeing the human knack, pattered jumps, the fondled chance of luxury die in 305. Right. That was killed by my captain of the guard, I think. She is polite and she often feels envious of others. She has a sense of duty and sometimes can act without deliberation. She tends to be a little tight with resources when work on projects and is stubborn. When she's thinking, she clicks her tongue repeatedly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Exactly, enemy. Exactly. Personally believes that those who would sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Hates those who wield power over others. Greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. She likes rutile, aluminum, and pineapple opal, as well as apricot wood, the color silver, warhammers, turkeys for their gobble, and tortoise devils for their horrifying features. I guess that's a type of demon in this world. Long yam plants for their tubers, in the words of the glimmer of velvet and the sound of the fabulous euphoria, and prefers to consume giant black bear, cave fish, and rambutan wine, and absolutely hates rats. Has what was once a thin frame, which is now bearing enormous thick layers of fat, and her nose bridge is very convex, and she has a clear voice. Her eyebrows are high, and her copper skin is wrinkled. Her hair is sparse, and her short hair is neatly combed. Her head is somewhat narrow, and her hair is gold mixed with gray, and her eyes are cobalt. No, I think she'll do fine in the military. I mean, she'll be scared in the military, but she'll do fine. So I think I'll probably just throw her in the military. The thing is, currently, like, none of my military is on duty, so I'm actually going to put all of my military back on training, because I gotta get them back up to schnuff, if you know what I'm saying. I also gotta up them because, well, we've lost a few. And also had some of them, like, leave the squads and then come back separately, which is a bug that happens sometimes and is a bit annoying, but, I mean, it's fine. Generally, as long as they're happy with training, they'll be okay in the military, and that's honestly the bigger concern usually, is will they be happy with training? Because if they will be happy with training, you've kind of cleared a lot of the potential issues you're going to run into with having a military, I guess. Or with having a dwarf in the military. Yeah. I think I need to go all the way up here and finish this on this side. So let's just go limestone blocks all the way along here. As they're also finishing up the last of this. How are the dwarves today? They're probably going to need to do a lot of hauling of boulders. So I actually should probably pre-make a lot of wheelbarrows. Let's do that as well. I'm just going to pre-make a bunch of wheelbarrows so that when it's time to do some mass hauling, I can just tell all of these dwarves, all right, guys, grab a wheelbarrow and start hauling boulders, because I'm going to need to move a lot of boulders. Can you check how they're doing? Not until they're back. If they have animals, just make sure all of the animals and all of the squad members have left. Once they've left, it's all up to them. Which some people find really frustrating. I actually kind of like that part. You know, like you are the commander or king staying at home, moving chess pieces on a map, and you're eagerly awaiting word. Although one thing I will say is usually a fight takes a day or two on the calendar, and when you go to raid something, so if you go to the overworld and you hover your mouse over a location that you want to raid, which I would actually like to do because they've kidnapped 3 of my dwarves, when you're hovering over the location at the top there, it says 16 days travel. So that means it'll take about a month in-game, little more than a month in-game for the dwarves to go from my fortress, once they've all left the map, to that location and then return. If I go somewhere closer, it'll say, like right here, it's, well, that one's inaccessible, so it doesn't matter. 3 days travel, so that one will take 6 days for them to go there and back. Ice Blue, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. So if you've sent your squad and they've been gone for a lot longer than that, something may be wrong. I realize that requires a little bit of foresight and planning, but... And then once they've returned, you go to the overworld and you go to reports, and then you can click on the most recent report, which apparently I have one, which in this case was Pillaging Rawness Menaced. It seems like we lost some dwarves to cave dragons, which is a damn shame. Actually, you know what? I should let them de-rest a little bit first. And also get fully geared up again, because they are all getting recently re-geared. And also do this. Yeah, there's a lot of dwarves that are currently grabbing gear. Do you have a conflict? You do! Look at that. And some migrants have arrived. Would you look at that? Excellent. Of course, they're all going to run in and immediately pick up equipment because we have much nicer clothing available than they would have. Only 2 of them? Oh, come on. Okay. I like dogs as much as anybody, but there's too damn many dogs. Too many damn dogs in this fort. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to slaughter every single one of the lady dogs. I'm going to geld all of the male dogs, and I'm going to war train all of the male dogs. And then those are going to all get assigned. And then I'm also going to severely cull the puppy pop, the population of pups. Because, again, there's just too many of them. I don't need this many. Too many puppies, yes. Too many puppies. Some dog shoes and cat soap is the Dwarven standard. Yeah. You're getting a pretty badass gaming PC soon. Can't wait to play Dwarf Fortress and CK2 on it. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, CK2 actually requires a little bit of, what's it called? Computing hardware to, like, run well. So, I don't think that that's... certainly not a knock. I mean, maybe if you're buying a 5090, then that would be a little silly. But, like, you know, if you're buying, like, a middle-of-the-road graphics card and, like, a decent and a good CPU and a pretty good, like, setup overall, like, that's a reasonable set of games to play. That's a super chat in the YouTube chat, so... Twitch chat, can I get a couple more beers? Just tack it on to that 5-pack that was just tossed out, and thank you very much for the super chat, mate. I wonder what that is in Canadian dollars, because I have absolutely no clue. The $4. Little under $4. Appreciate you. You had to kill 40 beak dogs and 50 forts and 50 horses in your fort yesterday because the FPS was going below 10. Yeah, that is a sign of a problem, that's for sure. Also just making sure that I don't have any... Oh, also, for those of you who don't know, we have a dwarf named Cat Lady. Now, Cat Lady is walking around on a crutch. Cat Lady has 5 pet cats. Cat Lady killed a rock with her pickaxe in a one-on-one duel with no combat skills whatsoever, with the help of 2 of her cats. So, I think that Cat Lady here has earned her her nickname of Cat Lady, if you will. Very much so. Did I capture the dragons and train them, or did I buy them? I stole them, actually. They were goblins who owned them, and I stole them. Confiscated them, maybe? Rehomed them. We'll go with that. Yeah, we rehomed them. Because, like, you know, the goblins, they don't keep them in a nice environment. They don't let them run free. They keep them in big holes in the ground, on stone, with little to eat, around piles of dead bodies and their own feces. We keep them in the hallways of our fortress and let them cuddle with the kittens. Besides, they were friendly enough. They followed us home. They were just looking for somewhere to go hang out, frankly. And then over here, I also need to do this. Let's use closest. With these, it doesn't matter so much. We need to place more turkeys. What was I making these out of? Limestone. Can do. Oops. That's still just closest. Something that people ask me a lot when I'm streaming is this fortress going to be a video? And it's honestly a fair question. But something that I was thinking about last night is... there's never a guarantee that a fortress is going to become a video. But I think it's an interesting thing to wonder about because while not every fortress can become a video... I do think... I'm just giving some of my military dwarves more animals. I need to give you... I need to fix your uniform. Your uniform's a little screwed up. Why is your uniform screwed up? Let's do this. Let's make some more steel breastplates. I have ideas in my head and a little list that I have of basically video titles, if that makes any sense. And I know that that's kind of a weird way to think of like how to make videos, but like that last video that I released, which is like, you know, I returned to the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history or whatever, that video was a title that I had kind of sitting there for months, maybe, before I actually went and made that video. And I have several other titles and that I've got sitting there that are ideas for basically themes. And when I'm building a fortress, I always have that in the back of my head of like, is this fortress going in a direction where it could turn into one of those ideas for a video? And if, like, when this is finished being courted or when this fortress is retired, could I take that fortress footage and turn it into that idea that I have for a through line? And so I'm always thinking about that, but it's still never guaranteed that it'll end in that place. Like, Head Punch is a good example of this, where I had a couple of ideas of what Head Punch could turn into, and then it ended so catastrophically poorly that I just kind of gave up on it. But that being said, I am happy that I made that fortress, though. One, because it was just so fun for it to build. But two, because for those of you who didn't watch Head Punch, it's the inner sleeve for the Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode soundtrack. Like, I posted this on social, but if I pop over onto Blue Sky for a second and wait for it to load, these two screenshots here are of my fortress Head Punch. And if you go to the Adventure Mode record that Kit Fox recently announced, screenshot number 2 here, and zoom in. It's that. So, that fortress got immortalized in history better than I could have. That's all I have to say about that. That's pretty cool to me. No, it always turns into a... I usually just Google it. I'll be honest. You and your cats, Brian, you and 2 of your cats killed a rock, is what you did. Like a giant bird of prey. We're also about to get hit by ads, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. Your dragon chills in the temple, it's free time and ponders life? Like Cave Dragon or Dragon Dragon? Because Cave Dragon's a hell of a liability, man. Or Dragon Dragon's a hell of a liability. Cave Dragon's not so much, but... Also, you're not supposed to be in this squad. Something to the ASCII look. I mean, it's certainly got a mystique to it, you know? Uh-oh. Oh, it's Frank and Kobold. I was like, there's something dead in the fortress. No, it's just the Kobold. That's fine, working as intended. Yeah, there certainly is something to the ASCII. I've never really understood why people say it's, like, impossible to understand what's going on looking at ASCII. In some ways, I think it is easier to follow. In other ways, it's certainly harder, but... Let's just pause the game because we're in ads. You set up a whole temple just to keep caged animals? Why temple? Like, why a temple of all things? Oh, angels. I read that as animals. Huh. Well, all right then. Just expanding this last squad. I'm not being too picky. When you have such a large fortress like this, you can't exactly be picky, I'll say. Also, I want a squad over here as well. Let's throw the copper bends over there. remove them from here, but let them store their stuff here still. So they will shift over to here eventually. Another try? Mate. What do you mean by another try? Are you implying I've given up? I play Caves of Cud in a binge play fashion, where once every 6 months to a year, I play like 100 hours of it in a week, and then I forget it exists for a year. I do that with a lot of games that aren't Dwarf Fortress that don't ever hold me as long. Will I give it another try? Every time you ask, it makes me slightly less likely, because it makes me think about it a whole bunch, and then why I didn't play, because then I talk. Asking me if I'm going to play a game again, I think, is a little silly. Duh. No shit. Fucking yes, of course. Why wouldn't I like that game? I 100%. Every time you ask, it's less likely, but that it'll happen tomorrow. But yes, of course, duh. It doesn't do as well on stream, and of course I didn't want to stream it when I finished a run, because I just spent 70 hours streaming it, and I was tired. And most of the builds I do in Caves of Cud are Esper builds. In fact. So yeah, that's a silly question. If a streamer decides they don't want to play a game for a while for one reason or another, asking them to play it is usually a good way to make it take longer for them to play it the next time. At least in my case, that's very much the case. Of course I will play Caves of Cud again. Probably whenever they put out that DLC. But yeah, no, caged animals is literally classified as a zoo. Dwarves can sometimes get happy thoughts about being in a meeting zone full of caged things. They do refer to it as a zoo, which I think is kind of interesting, but... Well, actually, let's do it this way with a ramp, because it's easier to deconstruct. Let's just go through here and get rid of that. And then I will put... Stone limestone, sweet. I need to put limestone there anyway, and then we'll put limestone up top here, and then I will wall this off so I can put a bridge here. It seems needlessly antagonistic. Is it my tone of voice that's the problem, or the thing that I said? Because if it's my tone of voice that's the problem, I've discovered over the years that I have a resting bitch voice, and if I'm saying something that I need to make clear, it can come across that I'm sounding like an ass. If it's the thing that I said, I'm not sure how else to state something clearly the first time I say it. So if you have a suggestion, I'm open to feedback, but that's just a fact, though. Like... How do I explain this? I know a bunch of people who make content about video games for a living, who have been sick and fucking tired of hearing about Silksong. And who haven't streamed Silksong. Who would normally probably stream a game like Silksong, because every single time you look up, you just see people talking about Silksong. There are movies I didn't see, because every single time I looked up, there were ads for it, there were billboards for it, there was marketing for it, and it makes you resist. Pestering somebody about something that they do, or something that they've done in the past, about when they're going to do it again, makes them less likely to do it sooner. That is human psychology. It's certainly how my brain works. Maybe that's not how your brain works, in which case, cool, more power to you. But I really liked that movie, actually, Thorin, but it's just a... yes, I will play it again. Don't pester me about it. That's all. You know, a lot of people liked it, but yeah, no, totally. I do get you. I actually didn't see much marketing for it. I had one person recommend that movie to me, and then I went and saw it. Watch the opening scene on YouTube and you've seen the best bit. That is actually also probably true. But no, I will absolutely play Caves of Cut again, but Caves of Cut is a game that I binge play, and when a run ends, I never want to start another run. I think that's actually a problem that Cut has for me, and I don't know if it's unique to me or if other people feel this way, but with roguelikes, especially traditional roguelikes, if it's a hour and a half to 2 hours, maybe 3 hours to beat the game, and I die halfway through a run, totally cool with just immediately starting over. If it's a game where I'm 40 hours in or 30 hours in or 20 hours into a run and I die, or the build that I've been doing becomes unviable for some reason, which is what happened in my last run, I don't play the game for a year, maybe longer. And that's how Caves of Cut is for me. It's definitely a game that I play in fits and starts, either when major releases come around or it gets big updates. So I do love Cut. Cut is a really cool game. One of the best soundtracks, period. Some of the best writing I've ever seen in a video game. A fantastic game. But it is definitely a game where I play a run and then I don't touch it for a long time. Because with Dwarf Fortress, I can just start a new run because there is nothing that is really repeated, really. I mean, build order or some things can seem like echoes of a previous run, but like Dwarf Fortress doesn't have that same issue for me. Whereas with Caves of Cut, because a lot of it is handwritten, I absolutely run into that. Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that I can't put a timer on. I will, when the mood strikes, I will be back in. The current game that like the mood has struck and I just need to find the scheduling time and the brain capacity to do it, which I will probably be gearing up for this weekend. If you like that type of game, is Cogmind. I haven't played I haven't played Cogmind in a couple of years. Cogmind is a much shorter game than Caves of Cut, but it's similarly dense mechanically, and that's a game that I've been wanting to get back into. Oh yeah, ADOM is a long game. ADOM is a long game. Oh geez. Same with Cataclysm. You make a new world and start a whole new adventure. Yeah, I think games that are much less directed with much less handcrafted content are easier to just start a new run. Or games that are really short, you know? Like, I definitely, I take years in between playing rounds of Tome, as an example. So, I mean, I will say something that'll probably happen with CUD before I play it again is I'll probably have another video of CUD, because I have all the footage, I know what I want to do, and I also know that CUD videos don't do as well as Dwarf Fortress videos on my channel. So when I have a couple good Dwarf Fortress videos in a row, and I feel like I can take a risk and do something different, I do have all the footage I need to make another CUD video. I just need to do it. Anvil, thank you very much for the 33rd month. Welcome back. And hey, Goat Swarm, enjoy the lurks, mate. It's like finishing a game of Civ or Total War, which barely ever happens because most people start a new one after a while. I have a friend who only plays Civ by himself and only plays on online speed, plays one game at a time, and just does them really quick, back to back. Do you think Dwarf Fortress letting you keep the world helps keep it from feeling that way? I think that is a critical part of why Dwarf Fortress is so replayable for me. Yes. Also, 1 second. Uh-oh. I have to go shove something into my pie hole. Give me a second.
like a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit box. It sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Moneras run? They crawl, actually. The one good thing about being diabetic is you can have a medical emergency that can be solved by a cookie. Also, that wasn't pie. It was definitely just dextrose.
Over here, he has a sword.
I wish it was. Wildforce of Darkness has arrived, and they immediately left. All right, then. That was an overly dramatic disappointment. Although they did probably send some child thieves, so I'm just going to send this squad over here to go spook them. Also, it appears that Potpourri has claimed a craft store shop after going into a strange mood. Because there's usually kidnappers when they immediately leave. No, I think they're escorts. It's because this is a weird sized map. I'm starting to think that, like, escorts for kidnappers. Yeah, these guys. Because they do send a army alongside of them to come kidnap your children. I think it's just them. Why is Q not working? This hotkey ain't working for some reason. Now it is. Okay, so I turned caps lock on and off. And now it works. Odd. Weird. Wonder what was affecting that. That's a new one for me. I stole them. But yes, they are war trained. They can also be hunting trained. They're basically like big bears. They kind of act very similarly to bears. I wish I could skip Halloween right now straight into Thanksgiving. You want some pie? I mean, if there's a will, there's a way. But anyway, just to kind of tie up that last subject, I've gotten that feedback over the years kind of a lot, which is I seem unnecessarily hostile, and it's something that I had to talk to my therapist about a whole lot. I do have a sarcastic tone, and I'm aware of it, so I apologize when I have that effect on people. It's not intended. Unless it's somebody I'm about to ban. So, my apology. Especially on days when, like, I'm, like, groggy or, like, not fully awake, which I definitely am not today. Let's go up here and just throw in more of that green. Although, can they even get up here right now? I think they can. Yeah, they can. I think that's also coupled with the issue of, like, the vast majority of my humor is the driest fucking sarcasm you can gather. There we go. I'm really happy the goblins didn't invade me because I wanted to trade, so. Halladorfia, we get to trade. What's up, Molly? But yeah, it is something that I've had to work on over the years. Do I want to trade right now, or do I want to finish the task that I was queuing up? I kind of want to finish some tasks first. Such as deconstructing this down here. Speaking of, not knowing what currency that is. I don't know what currency that is, but thank you for the 11 whatever that is in the YouTube chat. The problem with CUD replayability for me is that there isn't a wrong build. There's definitely right builds. Yeah, no, absolutely. That limits the scope of the late game experience for you. I mean, my last run in Caves of CUD ended because I accidentally... I had a bunch of familiars, and during the Pax Clank quest, I managed to infect one of my familiars with Pax Clank, so Pax Clank kind of took over the world, which is really funny if you think about it. The problem was I kept on having Pax Clank grow out of my hands and other parts of my body, and getting him off of me was an extremely slow, laborious task, and almost impossible to do with my familiars, and I just kind of gave up. Because Pax was everywhere! Pax puffed on everybody. So you've been playing an old browser game that has had account creation closed for years, and after finding out I can indeed log in, I'm so addicted? Why did they close their accounts? Like, is it shut down officially? It's kind of neat that you can still play. Sarcasm and puns in your love language, so you're kind of used to dry humor. Yeah. I mean, definitely, like, there's been times in my life where I think I've encountered people who are not used to dry humor, and I've just said something, and then someone's just like, that was uncalled for, why are you being mean? I'm like, what? I'm making jokes. Excuse me? But sometimes my tone of voice just doesn't, like, clock for people in that way. Which kind of sucks, but is what it is. I'll just sell all the footwear. All of the hoods. We can definitely sell those. The site is shut down, but it's because they had been intending to release a spiritual successor, which seems to be dead in the water. Huh. That sucks. Some people just don't get irony or sarcasm. Yeah. I don't know. I've always treated my chat, and this is a benefit and maybe also a hindrance to the way that I stream. I've always kind of treated my chat as a two-way street, you know? You're here to entertain me as much as I'm here to entertain you. And I think the benefit of that is it allows for a lot of, like, community feel for me, I guess. But that also means that in a lot of chats, streamer is the butt of all jokes. In my chat, half of chat is the butt of the joke, as well as me. And I think that if you're used to bigger chats where the streamer just kind of ignores the chat and chat just kind of exists as a heckler's club, I guess, it can catch some people off guard. Wet humor is like a damp towel. Hey, nothing wrong with a damp towel. Sometimes you need a hot damp towel. Oof. A bunch of steel shields lying around. Don't need any of these other ones. A tiger nail ring. I know who dropped that too. Let's just go through and get rid of all these boots, except for the high boots that are made of steel. And also the steel low boots. Don't want to get rid of those. Everything else, on the other hand, though, I can get rid of. I wish these goblins and, like, zombies that attack me would decide on what animal they're going to make their boots out of. Because, like, on one hand, it's kind of nice to just, you know, have a variety of different kinds of leather for different shoes. But, like, them attacking me and then requiring me to manually click on every single different type of boot they decided to wear that time is a bit much sometimes. Doing all right, Jesus. How's Jesus doing? How's the clouds? Cheers. Faminoir. Faminoir. The one other thing I'll say about CUD, though, is I feel less inclined to play it because it is very successful. Like, if a game is... I know that, like, that's a silly thing to say because I play Dwarf Fortress. But Dwarf Fortress is kind of my bread and butter, so I feel that that's kind of an exception to the rule. But if a game is extremely successful, I feel less need to prioritize it than if a game is... Like, if a game is less successful, I feel more need to play it than I do if a game is less successful, if that makes any sense. Because if a game is, like, quietly chugging along in the background and doing its thing, then it needs people to be sent to it to tell people that it exists. But if it's already, like, run off successful, if I'm going to prioritize a roguelike where less people are going to tune into the stream anyway, I kind of want to play a game that hasn't sold as well. You know, that's why I did a lot of prioritizing of things like Path of Acra over the past year, and that's why I played Caves of Cud back in the day when nobody knew what it was. That's why I'm thinking about going back to Cogmind, and why I did a bunch of Jupiter Hell Classic recently. Is because, like, those are games that, you know, actively need the support. So, yeah, pretty high humidity, I would imagine. Yeah, like all those old images, like drawings of heaven, where it's just like, oh, there's just clouds everywhere, and you're living in the clouds. It's like, man, the humidity up there must be brutal. Creating a temple improved your mining productivity? Not sure what that would have to do with mining, but aside from maybe training your miners to dig out the temple. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. They're elevating my land. That doesn't matter all that much because my baron died right after they arrived, and I'm just going to import oak. Because I like the color of oak. And they want splints. Okay. Is it grave robbing if they weren't in a grave and trying to stab you? Who's in a grave and trying to stab you? Oh, are you asking Jesus that? Your dwarves wouldn't mine and now their religious needs are fulfilled and they've started mining again? Oh, interesting. I'm wondering if those two things were actually connected or if there was something else going on. But it's a good thing that the temple has helped. I'm wondering where release prisoners is kept. Because I've got a bunch of prisoners in cages, and the game's going, oh no! Wrong sentence, basically. Like, they shouldn't be in a cage right now. And it keeps canceling. But I'm keeping there because I want to make them fight things. I wonder if I unassign and reassign them. Will that do her? Oh yeah, also one of the people in a cage here is named Tommy Tallarico, and he's mummy. His mother's very proud. Like, how else am I supposed to maintain a collection of prisoners if I can't keep them in cages? But the game doesn't like me keeping them in cages. Yeah, see, they're still trying to do it. Like, where's Pantsless? Like, maybe I can move Pantsless from... wrong side. Here over to here, maybe? Also, investments are probably open, chat, if you care. I think that's often the case with a lot of those, Thorn. Like, does anybody remember when Among Us was supposed to get a sequel and then they canceled it to work on Among Us? Before Among Us blew up, they'd fully announced a sequel to Among Us and then they, like, canceled it. Speaking of Among Us, the Loslelmogurthsh, a gigantic humanoid composed of ash. It has 3 long, hanging tails, and it undulates rhythmically. It's not very strong, very brittle. Among the Puzzling Hollows. That really does sound like a proper name. I don't think this one's worth catching, though. Too weak. It's just composed of ash. Like, it's just going to explode when something slaps it. It's also pretty far away at the moment. And it doesn't have any kills. And it's going to die to this one anyway, who has killed 2 Forgotten Beasts. This one is literally just a giant snake. It's a giant danger noodle. It's a feathered rattlesnake. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and a bloated body. So once these 2 connect, I'm sure the rattlesnake will win. And as a wise band once said, rattlesnake, 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 rattlesnake. Thanks for sharing, Clockwork Dragon. That's all I have to say there is, you know, thanks for sharing. I'm glad. How you doing, Clockwork? Your dwarf's still around, by the way. Also, over here on Twitch, for those of you who are interested, redeeming dwarf names is still available. It has been for quite a bit of time now. See, right here. Bringing stuff to a trade depot currently. Sheep's wool dress, in fact. Work has been a lot this week. Happy to have a day of not so crazy. That's good. Trading is going to be huge for moods now because they all just run through the waterfall to do it. Is in such a fine state. Yeah. I need to go make some more bedrooms now, actually, because I've got some dwarves that need them now. Bah. Can you have one? No, of course you can. Military iron or something else? Nobody's going to want to practice archery. Don't use bows, if that's what you're asking. Use crossbows. If you want your hunter to practice, just remember they will train 7 times faster on live targets than they will on not live targets, but you could make a hunter's guild, which would train a lot of the skills needed to be better at hunting, not necessarily archery, or you could make a Marksdwarf squad and get them to practice that way. Although, I'll say this. I've had some issues with getting Marksdwarves to train recently. I don't know if something is bugging out under the hood. But since the last update, I've had issues getting them to consistently train. So I've just been getting them to train wrestling, and then just they learn marks to be Marksdwarves on live targets, and that's pretty effective. Also, it seems like the Ash one got wind splatted. Yep. Among got splatted by the snake. Bit him in the head, and the severed part sailed off in an arc. Well done, critter. I kind of feel like this particular song is the theme song of my YouTube videos. It's like maybe the most used song in my bigger videos. Armor Smith cap. Let's see if I have any smiths. I have one blacksmith who's available. The thing is, most of the dwarves' primary job is... most of the dwarves' primary jobs are dying related. So I do have some... Oopsies. I do have some pretty good armor smiths, but just none of them have that as their primary job. Just looking. Does anybody on this list strike your fancy? That isn't already named. Mm-hmm. You want the one at the top? Edsel? Okay. Okay, so first off, you created Nikotneb Nashisanath, which is... Drum roll, please. It means play crypt bongos. I was just thinking, I'm like, do I have a drum emote? Shit. I definitely flew over top of it. Yeah, I don't see it. So if you made something, it's either not here or you didn't, or I'm just my username and can't see it. It feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, though she is troubled by this, by her own nature, as she prefers discord and debate at a more abstracted level. She doesn't handle stress well, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she is quite polite. She is curious and eager to learn, and she has a greedy streak. She is stubborn, and she is trusting. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she does not, and she is somewhat comfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She often feels envious of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally, is an absolute believer in the rule of law. Views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. And she can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. She likes tetrahedrite and nickel silver, as well as milk quartz and lion tamarin tooth, short swords, bins, and the words of the early dress, and the sight of the heliotrope festival, when possible prefers to consume mog hopper and rye beer, and one-humped camel's milk, and sangaro fruit, and absolutely hates worms. And she's married to Zulban, and her daughter is the Holy Vault, who's in the military, named Minkot, who has 40 kills. 3 of them are notable. Probably not iron, but let's see. No. I mean, you are an armorer who wants to acquire objects. So. Speaking of, nobody in this fort has underwear. I think it's time for us to start making loincloths. We need alphabetical sorting in those menus. What, in the objects menu? The objects menu has no sorting. It's literally just order of creation. I think it just needs a search field. Or any kind of sorting would be good as far as I'm concerned. Okay, where's Cricket at? Running down the stairs is what she's doing. Leather? No, 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 no. Definitely yarn cloth. Okay, let's just make sure that we're trading with the home faction first, which is this one. I need to lower down the weight, which means I'll probably just buy a bunch of cages. Scroll all the way down to the bottom, buy the books. And I'll buy the backpacks, because I'm too lazy to make backpacks. And just give them all that profit. I'm mostly just trying to offload stuff that I don't want. Before I forget, I'm going to go here and type in cage, go to the bottom. Get those animals slaughtered. Now we just wait a little bit longer for some more stuff to be brought over. It took you forever to realize that loincloth is not just another... Wait, hold on a second. Are you telling me that you thought that loincloth was another type of cloth? That grows on, like, a loin bush or something? That's really funny. Isn't the English language great? Yeah, woven from loin fur, definitely. You thought it was like a pants or a skirt slut? Oh, I mean, it kind of is. They're technically covered when they're wearing loincloths. Like, dwarves get upset when they're uncovered. I mean, I've talked about this millions of times, but there's a thing in Dwarf Fortress where dwarves used to not be able to make loincloths or any kind of underwear for that matter. They could only make, okay, actually something I should do. They could only make, like pants and skirts, but they could wear loincloths. So there was this issue that developed where dwarves would acquire loincloths and then eventually they would get old and rot off their body. And when that started to happen, they get very upset. Now, this was a problem because elves could make loincloths, and they would basically just appear and take all of the loincloths when the dwarves killed them. So dwarves would murder them all on the battlefield. All of their clothing would take damage and get big X's next to it. And then the dwarves would put on the underwear, and then the clothing would rot off their body, which is one of the worst thoughts that a dwarf can get. It was like one of the major causes of extremely negative moods in Fortress mode for a while was dwarves equipping underwear and not being able to equip a new pair of underwear, and then it rotting off their body and then them getting really sad. So like the scourge of like dwarven underwear equipping was like kind of a major problem in the game for a while. And premium releasing on Steam was the first version of the game ever where dwarves could make underwear. So to me, it's still and will forever be the panties update. Or the undies update. Whatever you want to call it. It kind of is horrifying when you think about it. Like, if you've ever seen a dwarf that's just, like, was horrified after having the clothes rot off their body, it's like, Okay, I think I'm going to turn up the population cap. We're going to do that today. What are we currently sitting at? 220 and 200. Let's go up to 240. And 220. I had a band shirt that kind of did that. It was so ratty, like there was more of my upper body skin showing than shirt, and I cut it up and turned it into patches for a punk flannel. So now I have that. I've resurrected that shirt until it actually disintegrates into nothing. There's very little of it left, though. That you just like enough that you refuse to get rid of, Devilish? The rest of the shirt, the stuff that didn't get stitched onto the flannel, was used to hold up my tomatoes this summer, because like stretchy cotton makes for really good like tomato ties because it stretches as the tomatoes plants grow. So you can start them like very stretched and then they like help them grow up. I made a Franken shirt. Oh, it's definitely a Franken shirt. It's most definitely a Franken shirt. Let's go around the front here. Get rid of all that. Well, this is done. That's still getting work done. This is getting there. The first merchants are now leaving. This guy's brought quite a bit of stuff. Let's also buy some of these flasks and the musical instruments. I should also make some more steel helms, because I'm starting to notice dwarves that aren't wearing steel helms. Steel helm! Because armor does get damaged and then needs to be melted down. I'm looking forward to any update that makes people excited to play this game, because a lot of my enjoyment of this game is like how well my stream does, which is more of a weirdness of me. And so any kind of updates that bring people back to the game is something that I'm looking forward to, just kind of on its surface. But yeah, mechanically, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to having to like think up new ways to play the game, because like a lot of things really haven't changed in a long time in Dwarf Fort, which is fine. But I think that like it's definitely nice when things remain interesting, I guess. So yes, I am very much looking forward to it. Your son uses a quilt that was made for you when you were an infant by your grandmother, and it is beyond tattered. My Oma knitted a whole bunch of like green and blue wool blankets that we used as like picnic blankets growing up. And I think my parents still have them. They use them as like their guest blankets when people come over and crash on the couch. I think it'll be interesting to see new strategies developing for Dwarf Fort, because it's been a while since I've seen new strategies developed for this game. Which, you know, that's always a good sign. I just hope it's marketed well. Okay, so we're still constructing stuff. Yes, we are. Used to be a Ninja Turtles blanket, and your mom added a quilt on top to preserve it? Well, that's kind of awesome. I want to see these dwarves get all of their proper gear and stuff equipped again. This is going to have a this fort's going to have a magma moat. I'm curious just to see, well, I mean, just like with any game, right? When a new update is teased and they talk about what they want to change, you always kind of get like an idea in your head. At least I do. I always kind of get an idea in my head of what that's actually going to look like in practice versus like in theory. And I think that the theory for what Tarn is working on is very interesting and intriguing, but I want to see what it looks like in practice, really. But I try not to get too excited for things because I always just kind of expect stuff to disappoint me. So we'll see. I'm looking forward to it because I like this game and always am looking forward to new additions. More than anything, and this was what I was saying a lot during the development of Adventure Mode, which is, or I guess redevelopment maybe of Adventure Mode, porting of Adventure Mode. I'm just happy that we're now in a place again where Tarn is working on new stuff, because I think that's Tarn's happy place. And I think when a developer of a video game is working on things that they enjoy, the quality is generally better. And I think that we were kind of getting to a point with the UI rewrites and such where I think it really started to seem like Tarn had lost a lot of the joy and was just like slogging through trying to get it done. Especially like hearing Zach's description of like where Tarn had been mentally for a while. So I'm mostly just happy about it in that respect. And I'm just looking forward to whatever he makes next, because it's the way it should be. It's like nature is healing kind of feeling, you know? Insert nature is healing meme. Like, I think one of the nicest updates the game's had in a while was actually that recent Dies edition, because it's the first time in a long time that Tarn just did a thing because he felt like it. And I think that's... And like, there was a few people being critical on the Steam forums, like, because it's the Steam forums, I always do that, I know. Saying things like, oh, you know, like, now we just have this die system that nobody asked for and nobody wanted. It's like, no, this is like a sign that, like, Dwarf Fortress is in a good place, because this used to always be the development of Dwarf Fortress. Tarn would announce something that he was working on, say he was going to start work on this arc or do this thing or improve this feature, and then vanish for 6 months, and then 3 months after that initial 6 months, suddenly something nobody was expecting or asked for would show up in the game, and we'd all be like, huh? What? That's completely unrelated. And then a week later, the thing that we actually wanted would drop. And so like it's just nice to be back in that kind of space, you know? No, totally. I mean, I feel like we've all read up on the devlog, but reading what something is designed to do and then playing it are two pretty different things. So like, yeah, I'm curious to see how that plays, you know? Does that make sense? Well, we literally got magic stuff already in the game. Plump on up. We have magic weapons in Adventure Mode as part of the Siege update, which is one of the other things that he's working on, which was announced in the roadmap a while ago, is temples are going to gain some sort of magic spell that is going to be worked into defenses somehow. No idea what that's going to look like. Apparently they have ideas and prototypes, though. There is also a forgotten beast named Cello. Usha Malaburu Galka has arrived. A enormous hairy petrosaur. Another one. This is like the fourth petrosaur. It has a stubby tail and it squirms and fidgets. Its periwinkle hair is long and shaggy. You will fear its poison gas. Okay, Shaggy. You're very far down, too. Pulpy the Deep. Okay. And then the other magic thing that we have is in Adventure Mode, we also have magic potions, which can heal any injury. And those supposedly are going to get incorporated into the medical system for Fortress Mode. So because they're not doing the ARCs development cycle anymore, where they disappear for a year and then a big patch hits, and they're just doing small piecemeal patches, and because Tarn and Putnam are both working on things, the big wait is currently happening. We are in the midst of it. But the big wait, which was the Roz rewrite, there's too many words in these sentences, and I need to drink my water. But the Roz rewrite, which was known as the big wait, is also actively happening. That's the transformation into Lua scripting for the Roz, which Putnam has now released part of, which has expanded the modding capabilities of the game. So like, no magic anytime soon. They're actively developing magic, but the development of Dwarf Fortress isn't what it was marketed to be for a very long time, because now there's 2 people working on the code of the game, for one thing, and also they need to keep engagement up and release smaller piecemeal patches. So Tarn is working on sieges, which is probably going to implement some sort of magic-ish thing. We've already gotten some magic-ish stuff, but there isn't going to be a Myths and Magic update as was mythically described in the past. Like, that's just not going to happen. But the features that were talked about are actively being developed right now. I wish that Kitfox or Tarn had a bigger reach and were better at communicating that to their audience, because that would make my job a bit easier. But that is the current state of Dwarf Fort development, is we are actively progressing through the big wait in real time, and we already have some magic stuff. Yeah, it's really difficult to explain because I think, or really difficult to like turn that marketing, I guess, because, you know, Dwarf Fortress spent so long with one development cycle, and it's now a similar development cycle. The same things are still being worked towards, but because it's like all things simultaneously as they become convenient instead of, all right, we're just going to work on expansion style content. It's certainly been a journey to get through. Like, you know, Adventure Mode having a lot of the Myths and Magic stuff, or at least like the proto Myths and Magic stuff. Like the items in Adventure Mode that are magical, that give you magical powers. I actually have some in this fort because I stole them. Work and are in the game, though, and those are supposedly the prototypes for what artifacts are supposed to become, because artifacts are supposed to have some sort of magic powers attached to them. So these are not artifacts. They're not procedurally generated, and the powers are pretty limited right now. It's like force pull, force push, shoot ice bolts, stun, blind. Basically, just makes it into a lightsaber that can destroy armor when it touches it. Various things like that. That's already pretty cool, but those are supposed to get expanded upon, and then somehow that's supposed to work back into artifacts, because artifacts were supposed to be enchanted and or enchantable, but that feature never made it in. For, you know, they went and made the Steam version. I've been trying to, and I've been unsuccessful, Uncle. They are in a location with 7,000 goblins in it. So I've been trying, but they're all here. Where is it? Right there. 7,500. So I've been attacking them. But like, I think it's probably a lost cause, most likely. Like it was with the pre-Steam development flow. You know, honestly, like, I think the speed of development is pretty similar to pre-Steam. I think the difference now is, like, everything is just more visible now, you know? The new way of doing updates than the Vanish for a Year or Two. I mean, the Vanish for a Year or Two updates cycle, Rabid Mabs, works really well in two situations. It's good to see you, Bonesaw. The most objective way to play is I'll see after the facts hit the fan. Correct, block the bleak. How do I word this? Disappearing for 2 years and making a big update works really well if you are selling the update as DLC. And the reason I think that system works in that case is because then you get an influx of sales. It pushes the DLC up the Steam rankings and attracts new players. If you're not going to sell it as DLC and want to focus on selling the base game as your form of income, then it's better to have more small patches, because that won't give you the same influxes, but it will keep the people who are playing engaged, and word of mouth helps the game do well in that case. And we're definitely going the second route, but I do kind of worry a little bit because I think that Dwarf Fortress is maybe a little bit too small at the moment to really get the big word of mouth pushes, and its old sources of traffic that Dwarf Fortress used to get. You know, people love to mock it, but traditional games media is a large portion of why Dwarf Fortress has had so much success over the years. You know, sites like Rock, Paper, Shotgun, sites like Kotaku, places like PC Gamer, writing articles about Dwarf Fortress. But those have fallen into much less relevancy than they had previously, and much less employment than they had previously, meaning there's less people around, so you're less likely to get articles about things like Dwarf Fortress. There's also less people reading those articles. And so I'm actually like a little bit worried about if the marketing style that Dwarf Fortress has had for years is going to continue to maintain relevancy. Yeah, no, sounds right. I mean, there's still people at Rock, Paper, Shotgun writing, but there's a lot less people at Rock, Paper, Shotgun. They had layoffs recently. So it kind of is like a, for better or for worse, I do wonder. Yes. Oglo Koog, exactly. And hardly tens of viewers. Yeah, I mean, the only time that there's more than tens of viewers is when the odd person who attracts more people streams it, right? Yeah, I don't know. That's a hill that I tried so hard when the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress released to convince friends to play this game. And I've talked about this a number of times. I've completely given up. Like, I don't even try anymore. Like, my stream team, Halcyon Frequency, runs a charity marathon once a year called the RimWorld Hot Potato. And we did it 2 years as well for Dwarf Fortress. And I didn't do it this past year. We didn't do it this past year because I did some initial poking around asking people if they'd be willing to take part and didn't get enough interest. What kind of dwarf would you like? Rabbit Mabs, unless you're in an ad, in which case, oops, we'll wait until the ad is done. But yeah, no, I mean, like, it's definitely been tricky times. It's definitely been tricky times. No, Casa, hello. No such thing as an accidental dwarf. All dwarfs is intentional. But, you know, there are, like, new sites as well popping up when it comes to gaming. For those of you who like reading about video games, I just want to point this one out because it's the most recent one that I've become aware of, which is rogue.site. Okay, YouTube chat is completely broken for me. The fuck? Nah, it's not even reloading. Okay, I will just open up a new tab of YouTube chat. Never mind. The whole YouTube dashboard is broken for me. Wow. But that's one that recently popped up, which came out of all of the people that got laid off at Polygon. Yeah, I haven't been reading anything in the YouTube chat because YouTube chat's been completely busted. My bad. There we go. Now I can type. So now I can see what you're writing again. Just make more funny YouTube shorts? It's not quite that simple, mate, but I wish it was. I think that's the case for a lot of people. If there's a spare military dwarf. Well, we've thankfully got a very large military, so I'll find a spare military dwarf. I cannot guarantee that they will be good at it and won't get fired from the military at some point. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Beard, please. Okay, I see that earlier. How about this one? He is frequently depressed. Word. Relatable. He never feels lustful passions and would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. Prefers a chaotic mess, preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, is extremely confident in his situations, requiring his skills, occasionally overindulges, has little interest in joking around, and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He doesn't handle stress well and can sometimes act without deliberation. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and tends to consider what others think of him. He feels envious of others and has an active imagination. Shakes his finger up and down when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally would have the world would as soon have the natures burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. He prefers dignity and proper behavior and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And how about I give you some pet dogs? And he likes alabaster, fine pewter, as well as pinfire opal, clear glass, monitor lizard tooth, linen paper, and the color light brown. Flasks, jaguar men for their spotted coats and the words of the early dress, and the sight of the earth and aquamarine when possible prefers to consume, giant toad, and prickleberry wine, and absolutely hates toads. He has no friends, but he does have a pet sheep and a pet goose, as well as a bunch of pet dogs. So he's more of an animals guy. Welcome to the fort. What was that about a great pit? He would rather have the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit? It's a pretty dwarfy want. It's actually kind of common for dwarves to have that thought. It's basically when they dislike nature. At least for a dwarf, rabid. It is a very dwarfy desire. Not much is known. Okay, so this is all done. Okay, I'm going to go... it's up to here. And then I think it's up here. This is all limestone, though. Oopsies. Let's go up to here and just grab one of these. Go to F7. Drop you in. And drop you in. And then I can go up to here and go mechanisms. Unforbid all these. Unforbid all these. Unforbid, unforbid, unforbid. Unforbid, unforbid, done. Have you ever seen a dwarf civilization have a non-dwarf king and queen? All the time. All the time. It's pretty common. I mean, dwarven factions are a lot more multi-species than they seem in Fortress mode. If you travel to any dwarven, like, mountain home in adventure mode, you're very likely to see a lot more humans, elves, goblins, and things just living amongst the dwarves than you might expect. Okay, so we're more or less finished all the construction tasks that I queued up. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up these bedrooms. And then I'm going to embiggen all of my boulder stockpiles and add a shit ton of wheelbarrows to them and get the dwarves to put away a lot of boulders. That's what we're going to do next. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I want them to be all convenient, and I don't want the dwarves to be traveling halfway across the world map to put away boulders or craft them into something unrelated. I have more dwarves than I thought I did. Jeez. Thankfully, I'm all caught up now, though. We'll make more when we get more when we get more migrants. I'll give the older children bedrooms, but the rest don't need them just yet. So, what's next is now this. Oh yeah, no, that'll absolutely happen. Like, having a multicultural fort is, like, very dwarfy, for sure. All right, so this right here is kind of my main boulder stockpile, but this isn't holding most boulders. I want to expand this, so I'm going to make another one, and I'm going to put it right here. Well, actually, maybe right here. Now, this is going to have a lot more boulder types than just this one does. So I'm basically going to say all of the other stone, because for other stone, you just have chert and conglomerate. I'm going to remove those two. And then I think I'll leave all of this stuff separate. Yeah, I'll leave those all separate. And then down in here, I'm going to make one for the rest of the metal ores. But this will happen separately. It's lemonite and malachite are the ones that are going there. Don't want those down here, but I'll do this one second. So first, what I want to do is I want to now go here and make another one. This is going to be for all other stone, with the exception of conglomerate and chert. And I'm going to go in between. I'm going to grab a minecart stop. It's going to go south. Fuck it. Let's go north. And then you're going to have no wheelbarrows. The top one. I'm going to call this other stone. It's going to go right there. That's going to load from down here. It's going to have to load all other stone, and it's going to get rid of all these. And I don't have a minecart for it, so let's put a minecart there. I'm just going to go steel minecart. We're just going to start making them out of steel. That was a pot leaf beside the skull? What, on the high? Nope. It's most definitely a hand waving. Let me just check something. Steel bars. Yeah, we still have plenty. It is definitely the other stone. The stone of the other type. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this into a pretty big stockpile. Now, this is going to get shrunk back down. For right now, it's going to be pretty big. And then I'm going to go here and just say, put as many fucking minecart or wheelbarrows in here as I can. And so what's going to end up happening is a lot of stuff's going to end up getting hauled right there. I'm also going to go in here and pause a lot of jobs. By that I mean everything but the minecarts. Might keep making the dyes, though. So that's actually not that many tasks. Process plants can stay. Make rock mechanisms can go away. Some of the weaving can stay. Some... This can all go away. The finishing building can stay. And there we go. We'll leave planting on. Yeah. And now ideally, we should end up just getting a lot of hauling, as you can see right here. Also, that's interesting. They're all doing the job of storing item in stockpile. I've never seen them do this before. What they used to always do is go grab the minecart, or not the minecart, the wheelbarrow, and then drop them in the other stockpile, and by carrying it to that stockpile, then they'd start pushing it. They just went to this stockpile, grabbed the minecart, and started pushing it. I don't think I've, or not, I keep saying minecart, wheelbarrow, and then started pushing it. I don't think I've ever seen them do that before. Have they always done that, or am I going crazy? I'd swear that they always, like, would carry them somewhere else and then do it. I'm going crazy? Are you sure? Huh. Anyway, it's time for the wheelbarrow squad. Because I've definitely seen them pick up wheelbarrows and then carry... That's why I always make them out of wood or other light materials, so that I don't need to worry about them, like, you know, running off to God knows where. That's whack. That is whack. Just kind of expecting these ones to get picked up first, but hey, here we are. And here they all come. All of them boulders. And it'll happen pretty quick. I think that it was an old glitch. You're not sure when it was patched? Huh. I'm going to take a real quick toilet break. 2 seconds, because the game's saving.
Cheese for everyone! You fucking donkey!
What that cheese donkey ever do to you? Yeah, that must have been something that snuck in, because I don't recall seeing that in the patch notes. But maybe it's something I just read over and didn't fully process. But regardless, this is now what we're working on. That was quick that got dropped there. But how's things, Bobtron? It's good to see you, mate. And also Stone. Hope you're doing well today. Are you still doing Sunday dinners? Because I don't stream on Saturdays anymore, I don't hear about Sunday dinners as much. Okay, I need to pause these tasks because I've now got more workshops for them. Yeah, because I've had so many different types of projects going on now. I don't have much in the way of iron. I do have 76 copper. Let's make 50 copper wheelbarrows. Right now, it's really just a let's get everything cleaned up. That's really the plan at the moment. I will not be streaming tomorrow. Partially because I have a phone call doctor's appointment at 1 p.m., so I would vanish for like 40 minutes in the middle of the stream. And also because I need to get the next video project up and running. And I need to get caught up on things like shorts and actually write a blog. And yeah, so it's going to be a short stream week this week, which is one of the reasons I've been trying to stream a little bit later into the day each day. Yeah, and then next week will be hopefully a full-length stream week. And then the following week's going to be weird because I won't be streaming on Tuesday or on September 30th because I have something I need to go to on Monday. So I might actually do a longer than normal stream week next week or like a stream on Sunday or something really crazy. We'll see. Next week's going to be weird. And same with the week after. But yeah, this week's just going to be a standard but short stream week. I'm trying to like get the actual hours into the stream to be higher again because I feel like for kind of too long, I was not streaming long enough. And I realized that like, yeah, I don't owe you guys anything and I should just stream the amount that's comfortable, but like, it's the one thing I kind of don't like about how I do YouTube now is it makes it harder to stream as much as I used to, and I do enjoy streaming a lot, so. Sunday stream will break your streak again? Oh no, well then I absolutely can't do that. That would be horrible. I would never do such a thing. I mean, I've definitely done such a thing, but I would never do such a thing. I would feel bad if I had to do such a thing. Okay, never mind. They do sometimes still pick up wheelbarrows and put them... Oh, wait, are you just... Oh, I see. Yeah, you're putting it into here. Makes sense. That must mean there's more than 50 wheelbarrows in this. So let's increase this. Let's go 75 wheelbarrows. We must increase the capacity of the wheelbarrow nation. Also, I think that this is really funny. The kids are locked to a burrow. And so keep getting stuck at the top of this bridge. That's really funny, actually. But because they can technically go all the way down through a lot of this, I think I'm going to take the kids out of the burrow for a little bit. Let's just turn off the burrow and let them help. I need the extra hands. They're just doing chores. It's not child labor. You know, they're just doing chores. I did chores. I mowed the lawn when I was a kid. It wasn't child labor. It was how I got my allowance. How the heck many wheelbarrows do I have? Well, I just put in an order for another 50. Dwarves don't get paid. Children are not. They get room and board and beer. And clothing. But yeah, this is what we are working on here, is literally just getting all of these boulders out of here. So all of these dwarves that are currently storing item in stockpile are assisting with this, which is why I need the kids to be able to help, because, you know, there's a lot of... Speaking of kids to be able to help, how is... Poobert? I'm starting to worry about you. Go equip a full suit of armor, please. Well, there is money, but dwarves don't really use it. I guess I need more high boots. So all of you guys, metal armor full. What am I missing? Greaves, high boots, looks like. Queuing everything up again. And the cycle continues. So ideally, what this should end with is just a stockpile full of wheelbarrows. When this is just a stockpile full of wheelbarrows, I know that it's operating correctly. Castrol, thank you much for the raid. I hope that your stream was good. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Please don't drown them. Raiders need swimming lessons to raid here, that's for sure. Where's Goober going? Let's see. Currently, we are doing fortress cleanup. Stonecoat? Really? Huh. Is throwing a tantrum. You died 4 times? What were you playing? I might have missed that, if you did say. The mayor's been reelected? Gotcha. And we've been made into a county. Supposedly. I don't know why that suddenly stopped the music, but... Valheim, Thursday's multiplayer day? Gotcha. I hope you had fun playing Valheim. I did just see teeth on the ground. Ah, I think Stonecoat did commit a crime. Let's see what Lanix has to say about this. Or rather, let's see what your conviction here is. A beating and 57 days in prison. Ooh. Well, Shortass is off to go beat a criminal, and you're a legendary fighter, so if Stonecoat survives this, I will be kind of surprised. Cross your fingers, chat. This is going to be a rough one. Oof. He's winded. He cannot breathe. Rest in peace, Stonecoat. You were a dwarf of all time, but unfortunately, unless you get to the hospital really quick and get immediate surgery, I don't think you're going to live much longer. Because he literally cannot breathe. Rest in peace, Stonecoat. It's a shame you had to go like that. Hold up. What was the question here? So if a stockpile only has one wheelbarrow, the dwarves will pick up the wheelbarrow and use it to transport to the stockpile, or how does this work? So you can have as many as you want, but you just have to manually add more. If you don't add more, then they won't bring more. So like, it also lets you limit the number of workers can bring stuff to the stockpile. So if I set this number to 0, then anybody who has a job available will just haul by hand. But because I've got shit tons of wheelbarrows, currently only 75 people can transport stuff via wheelbarrow, meaning more than 75 dwarves cannot work on this one stockpile at a time. So it's a nice way to limit hauling jobs without having to specify who can haul in the job screen. But it's also a way to like speed up hauling heavy objects like this. Having 75 dwarves hauling boulders really quickly using wheelbarrows is significantly more efficient than having, you know, everybody slowly hauling all of the boulders. By default, they are all set to 1, which I think is silly. I think it should be set to 0 by default, but I digress. I just need to make sure that Stonecoat has a tomb. Just gonna pause this so that when his body shows up over here, he gets buried. If you like breathing, don't do crime here, yeah. Here's the thing, Ilmirin. It doesn't matter. You can test this on your own time. Get them to equip any weapon. They will just punch them. I've tried this and talked about this dozens of times. If you have a hammerer or a full setup squad for your guard, it does not matter what weapon you give them. They will just punch them. And if they've been training or if they're a legendary fighter, the dwarf is gonna die. It does not matter what weapon you give them. They will just punch them. They don't use the hammer. Even if you force them to use the hammer, they don't use the hammer. With the exception of the hammerer, and they only use it to execute people. I don't know. I think they're supposed to use the hammer, so it's a fair statement. But like, I've tested this many, many times. Doesn't do anything. We're also in an ad break, so I will let this Weaver has been possessed screen stick until the ad break is done. You like my streams, you also like my videos? Well, thank you. Appreciate you, Booze Dog. As far as like, though, balancing streams and videos, it's kind of a, you do have to remember that I need the videos to do well for the streams to do well, and I need the streams to do well for the videos to do well. It's kind of a balancing act. I need to jump back and forth as certain things are needed because, like, part of the thing that was mentioned earlier where there isn't many people streaming Dwarf Fortress most days is I don't get many raids. I got more raids in the last 72 hours than I have gotten in, like, months. And I don't know why. Everybody just decided to raid me yesterday, which was weird. But, like, and the day before. But, like, honestly, promoting and growing when you are the biggest creator in a space is almost impossible. And in order to maintain a healthy, consistent, like, job in this industry, you need to have people coming in that are new. What's up, Epion? How's things, mate? And that is a challenge.
Reminded of the thing.
Right. Thank you very much for the prime. Cheers, man. The 47th month. How's Jupiter Hell Classic coming along? How does it feel to have a higher review score than Silksong? Let me tell you this. As a small streamer, it helps you more to raid the big streamer. But it doesn't even matter. I don't... People don't raid me, really. I try to raid into the directory to help it grow as much as I can, but I'm just one guy, man. I'm just one guy. Apart from that, survival level again. Yeah. If you guys haven't played Jupiter Hill Classic, by the way, if you like Doom or like evil, mean sci-fi with shotguns and demons, go look up Jupiter Hill Classic. It's cool. It's a really good little turn-based roguelike. And it may or may not have another game on the Steam Workshop built on the same engine. Yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday was like weird. Like I got, like I said, I got more raids in the last 2 streams than I've gotten in literally months. But like, you know, as somebody who went through the process of growing from largely a nobody in the streaming world to a not small channel anymore, I can tell you for a fact that I most certainly started growing a lot faster when I started raiding channels that were twice my size. May also be part of the reason why my channel isn't growing much these days, because like I just raid, you know, people with 2 viewers in the Dwarf Fortress directory, mostly. Trying to give back. Certainly kept you busy. Oh, really? How much time have you put in, Stone? You need to clean your room so you could stream? Just don't use a camera. Problem solved. Oh, I see what you mean. Stone. I was gonna say, I didn't know that you were playing Jupiter Hill Classic. That's crazy. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, go try out the demo's like the first third of the game, I think. Like, you can't quite get to the part where it gets really cool, but... Embarrassed if they're wearing old clothing. What do you have that's old? Gloves? I don't know. Let's do this monthly for gloves. But let's do 20. What are you, which stockpile are you pulling from? It's this one, right? Yeah. Seeing dwarves with old gloves, so I'm increasing the output of gloves. 1/4? Sure, but Dante's pretty short. They're Steam Deck verified? Well, there you go. It's like being that's almost as good as being minecart certified. 29th is the first content patch drops. Sorry in advance, but if you're talking the 29th of this month, I will be busy seeing Powerwolf and Dragon Force, so I will miss that by 2 days. Can you make a nudist fortress? I mean, sure, but they won't be happy. That's like, you know, going to the nude beach. It's like the only people that are there are the people you don't want to see, and everybody's like, oh, that would be funny to do, and then you actually do it, and you're like, why did I choose this part of my life? This was a mistake. Same vibe. Dragon Force and Powerwolf, yes. We're gonna have to drag all of that force and power the wolves with the Dragon Force. First party certification can be wild. Not sure what the Steam deck process was. The Switch took Jupiter hell ages. Oh, Jesus, really? You made a new jail in RimWorld. You felt bad about the poor people? RimWorld is a very different game than Dwarf Fortress is. In reality. The Weaver has created a sleek rope reed left mitten. I kind of don't care because it's sleek. So I will just assign it to Cricket and kind of forget about it. English. Now I can't find it. It's also not very valuable, clearly. Tossed zipper. See if I can find that again. Looking for the letter T. I'm sure Chad's just screaming, going, "It's right in front of you, you doof." There it is. Well, I mean, Steam Deck stuff, I don't know what that process is like at all, I'll be honest. Got some weird-ass gems. Just gonna get this built, and then we'll finish this. Need to get some rest. Best of luck, dude. Looking forward to updates, though. But why do I get appreciation on this day? Is it something I said, Elfie? Yeah, chat, go play Jupiter Hell Classic. It's a neat game. Especially if you like turn-based roguelikes. So I'm starting to see a lot of wheelbarrows hanging out in this stockpile. Does that mean that there isn't as many boulders? No, it certainly does not. Certainly it does not. It does mean there's a lot less, though. Let me just scroll through here and get rid of unnecessary gerbs. I guess a lot of dwarves are smelting ore and such. Making dresses as well, because those have been queued up. I can get rid of more processing plants. Get rid of like half of the making charcoal jobs. And keep the dye cloth job. Keep like half of the pig iron jobs. Keep like half of the make steel bars jobs. Get rid of some of these. Get rid of some of this. Get rid of some of this. We're still forging copper wheelbarrows. Actually, maybe I made too many wheelbarrows. It's actually like the real thing here. DF is playable on Steam Deck. I don't think it's verified on Steam Deck, though. There's plenty of people who have, like, reported that it plays quite well on Steam Deck. So, I mean, obviously, like, you know, your mileage may vary depending on your tolerance of, how do I put this? Like user-made control schemes, but outside of that, like the inputs, that's the word I was looking for. Depending on your tolerance of odd inputs, but it certainly is supposedly playable, albeit a little clunky. Someone decided they had enough of their cloak. A new one appeared, you know. Nut Dealer here is doing well because they're no longer feeling anything about not being around family for too long, which is good. Which is good. Let's grab these top 2 squatties and just go kerplunk. It does certainly look like more of them have equipped what they need now, which is good. I think I need more steel shields. Bora Rohar Simo has come, a gigantic skinless pangolin. Ooh, something new. It has a curling trunk and it has a gaunt appearance. Beware its deadly spittle. And a Booze Dog 1 BMF. Thank you very much for the prime and the follow 10 minutes ago. Appreciate you. Booze Dog. Chat, can I get a round of beers, please? For Booze Dog. The Demon of Echoes. What a grim creature. Let's see if it can fight that snake. Well, it already killed... Okay, and it's fighting with Cello Galka, who apparently has killed 3 Forgotten Beasts at this point, as well as some trolls and other things in other places, but is bleeding heavily, although the creature it's fighting with is also bleeding heavily. The beast kicked the beast in the left foot with its left foot. In the left front foot with its left front foot. It kicked him in the foot with his foot. Good stuff. And that bruised the muscle. Also bites him in the foot, and which is obviously causing bleeding. Much blood is being spilled by both of them. And now the question is red or gray? I think that it seems that Bora, Renar Simo, the pangolin, is falling to Cello, who is, of course, an enormous hairy petrosaur. Another one, which has poison gas. Blood is spilled and bits fly everywhere, and there goes his right foot. Meanwhile, Cello here is bleeding very heavily as he moves down into the lower levels, and is faint, may actually bleed out. It may be a double kill this time again. Still bleeding. Faint means that they've lost a lot of blood and may die. Oh, nope, he survived. The blood clotted. Do you still have the fire petrosaur? No, he died. Here's the thing, like, I have had like 6 petrosaurs in this fort. Like, the number of like dino beasts I've had is like a little bit silly. Now, I really, really, really want all this to get put away. So I'm going to help them out a little bit here. I'm going to increase the size of this stockpile, damn it. Because the dwarves are like, ooh, big stockpile. Lots of place to put stuff. Because they consider the wheelbarrows to be part of the stockpile and taking up space. So if there isn't enough space for them to bring another boulder, and there's already jobs assigned to fill up those other spaces, then wheelbarrow brigade is a go-go. Could you imagine, though, if they could do like the, what's the name of that Yu-Gi-Oh card that they all go together and make one big card? What if, though? You know? What if? Exodia, that's what I was thinking. I don't know what a polymerization. Polymerizate. Words. I was thinking Exodia, yeah. Sorry, my Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge isn't exactly advanced. Just means combining multiple things together. Gotcha. I mean, I was thinking Exodia. That is definitely one of those words that I can pronounce, but when I read it, it just like shuts my brain off. There's too many words like that in the English language for me. I'm gonna let these dwarves go help out with the storing items in, because I literally just, I don't have enough hands right now to do all of these tasks. There's too many wheelbarrows, too big of a stockpile, and too many boulders. This is actually a little bit silly. Let's throw these 2 squads in as well. All of the dwarves. There goes the wheelbarrow squad. All hail the hordes of wheelbarrows. Thankfully, they all get to run directly underneath this, which is making them all very happy. Like if I follow you here. If it takes an entire fortress, a minecart route is almost justified. Minecart route's still not going to be as fast, though. It's like those mist... I always describe it as like the mist cooling stations that they set up during the Abbotsford Air Show. Because that happens in the middle of August, I think? In like a giant field. The thing is, though, I'm only going to need to do this once. Like, if this was like a clay mine or something, where I was, like, hauling out essentially infinite items, then it makes a lot more sense to me to do it that way, but let's actually forbid the stuff that's outside. Let's do this part last. This part takes a lot longer to haul. Maybe not the wheelbarrow, though. Actually, can they even get down here? I don't think they can. You know, I'm of the opinion, but this might also partially be my computer, that FPS death is no longer a thing that can happen, because to me, FPS death is the frame rate goes to 0 and the fort is unplayable. Every sandbox game in existence will have some frame rate drop as you build bigger and there's more stuff going on. I have 189 dwarves in this fort currently, and a frame rate of 60. I could turn it higher, and it would run faster. The game runs extremely well on my computer. So at least for me, I don't think that FPS death is really a thing. In older eras of the game, when the game ran a lot worse, like when very similar PC to this would go down to 30 FPS in a similar fort to this, or 20 FPS even, there were more sources of like frame rate go to 0, game unplayable, have to start new fort. I actually can't remember the last time my frame rate went to 0 without me being able to recover it, with the exception of that one Stack Overflow bug that I hit where the entire game just hard locked and never unlocked, which happened once relatively recently. But aside from that, I cannot remember the last time the frame rate went to 0 for any reason. But as far as closed loop systems, yeah, absolutely. You can make self-sufficient forts that last a really long time. If you type in ! long death in the Twitch chat, you'll get a playlist of the longest fort that I kept alive. This is a forgotten beast composed of vomit. He came out of the local tavern up the street, and his name is Eshtom. And it has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poison vapors. This is not the first vomit blobbit we've gotten, and it's definitely going to die. But yeah, Long Death was a fortress that I ran in an era of the game where the frame rate was significantly worse. This was version 47.05. On this exact same computer, I was recording some version 47.05 footage for NoClip, for the documentaries that they did about Dwarf Fortress. And while I was recording for that, I had a fort in version 47.05 that had 110 dwarves. And on this exact computer, 110 dwarves brought me down to 25 FPS. The game used to run a lot worse in version 47. So yeah, I at least for me, the frame rate death stuff is kind of a non-issue currently. Like, the frame rate will certainly drop, but like, find me any kind of game where you build a thing in a sandbox where the frame rate doesn't drop over time. I don't think that exists. Sure, but that's temporary, right? Like, I don't consider that frame rate death. I know everybody will point at like one thing and like, well, this can make your frame rate go to 0. Certainly, but you can recover from it, you know? And even if it does go to 0 due to necromancers doing something stupid, if you get up and leave for 45 minutes and come back, it'll sort itself out eventually. No, absolutely. Minecraft's a good example of a game that you can wreck the frame rate in. City Skylines 1 and 2, you can just make, although City Skylines 2 may be a worse example, but like City Skylines is an example of a game that you can like cram the frame rate down into nothing if you try. RimWorld, try running like more than 25 colonists in RimWorld. On accident? Man, I used to do that shit on purpose. When I played Minecraft, I was a different person. It's just frame rate trap cards. That's all it is. In Sims 3? Really? Sorry, I never played enough of The Sims to really know how you would do that. Is that just like building a really big house? How would you hardlock Sims 3? I had a huge FPS problem after a dragon lit the fort, the whole forest around your fort. Yeah, I think that's maybe one of the few things that can still do it as fire. But again, like, that will sort itself out. Right? Like, I think a lot of cases, like, the thing that I've said about Dwarf Fortress for a really long time is it's a game that'll run on anything, but it won't run well on anything. I think at this point, if you have a good computer, Dwarf Fortress runs pretty well. Like, the amount of speed that I get out of this game on this setup, I consider that to be the game running well. Because it is pretty fucking consistent and doesn't fall over very often. So I am of the opinion that current versions of Dwarf Fortress run well if you have a good computer. But like, if you have a toaster, you can absolutely like change your settings so that it runs well. One of the ones that I think like catches a lot of people is the number of visitors you can have. Like, if you either just don't allow visitors, or if you go into the population cap settings, there is one for visitors as well. Just lower the number of visitors you can have, because if you lower the number of visitors you can have, then there will be less like entities on the map with clothing that is having temperature checks, that is like looking at things, that's talking to people, that's doing a lot of the stuff that slows the game down quite considerably. You know, stuff like just managing your livestock, or just not settling on a particularly large map. Keeping your world map a little smaller for faster load and save times. Maybe lower the population count a little bit, but then lower the thresholds that you could have raids at. So you still get sieges, but maybe you just have a fortress of 100 instead of 250 or 300, right? Well, it's more like, think about it this way, Zachary. It's more like every single dwarf has a line of sight, or every single entity has a line of sight. And that line of sight is checking every single entity that they encounter with, are they my friend? Do I know them? Do I hate them? Are they going to make my mood better? Are they going to make my mood worse? Am I hostile to them? Do I need to kill them? Do I just walk past? Every single thing. And that includes hostile entities on the map and visitors, right? So if you have 100 dwarves in your fort, and you're fine, but if you have 180 dwarves in your fort, your frame rate gets a little low, but you also have 100 visitors in the fort, maybe like lower the number of visitors you can possibly have in a fort at a given time, and raise the number of dwarves that you can have. So you can have more dwarves but less visitors, right? Because they're all doing that. Plus, every single item in a dwarf's inventory, like this dwarf here has socks, shoes, a pickaxe, a dress, a cloak, trousers, and gloves, right? And shoes. And all of those items are being checked for contaminants: water, blood, pus, vomit, mucus, whatever. Plus other like dust and dirt contaminants. Plus, it's tracking its degradation. So as it exists, or as the dwarf falls over, or gets into fights, or whatever, the clothing gets destroyed. Plus, every single time the dwarf takes a step, it gets a temperature check, so that the game knows how hot it is, whether or not it needs to catch fire or not. I had to save the best for last, Devilish. So, like, that's even more so for soldiers, because they have clothing, plus armor, plus weapons, and all of that. So if an army of 200 dudes shows up, suddenly there's 200 more entities on the map that are all talking, thinking, speaking, checking if they're friendly or not. Plus, they're also all wearing, like, 20 items that are now all getting temperature checks and contamination checks and everything. Like, that's what slows the game down. It's also the reason that, like, areas run so slowly in adventure mode sometimes. Because, like, if you go to a goblin site that has 1,000 entities in a tile, all of those entities are getting all of those checks all of the time, every time you take a step. I was going to get to that next, Uncles. And you can still run Dwarf Fortress on a Pentium 2, so you... Which is why on some systems, if you go to, like, game settings and turn off weather and temperature, you suddenly gain 30 frames a second. That isn't the case for me, and I do recommend you only disable temperature during sieges, because that can cause some really fucked up things to happen if you encounter lava or it's cold enough for ice to freeze. So maybe be cautious with that. But, like, disabling weather, it's snowing all the time, right? Everything that's outside is covered in snow, which means whenever a dwarf walks outside, they get covered in snow, and all of their clothing and items get covered in snow. And then when they walk back inside, the snow melts and becomes water. And then they dry off, and the water goes away. When a siege arrives, if it's snowing, like it is right now in the early spring, that then gets processed for the siege. There was somebody a while ago, Clockwork Dragon, who made bought a tiny monitor on AliExpress, and then bought a tiny monitor on okay, this isn't working. Bought a tiny monitor on AliExpress and installed Dwarf Fortress on a Raspberry Pi, and basically made a Dwarf Fortress fish tank that just ran 24/7. I don't know what the frame rate was like, though. That was also on version 47. That was the older version. You never managed to get a fort to have enough pop to slow down. I mean, hey, you know, for a lot of these problems, Christopher, that means to me, assuming you're not in an ad right now, you might be I'll wait for 30 seconds, and then I'll finish that. You have a Pi here with 8 gigs of RAM? I don't know what Kali is, but... what's the worst that could dwarf him, you know what I'm saying? Imagine if they also had to check if they had to use the bathroom. Yeah. 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 Oh, Kali Linux. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Probably. This is what I like to see. Oh, shit. And they arrive and leave. You know, I'm going to change the settings, speaking of. I'm going to go to difficulty. I'm going to go to custom settings. If this happens a lot, and you're at war with a lot of different factions, and they're very conveniently and nicely taking turns and only sending these scouting parties like this, and you're getting annoyed with it, I have a pro tip. I just need to find the right setting first. Minimum frequency between sieges. Minimum raids before first siege. So raids are where they show up with bows, crossbows, and very lightly armored goblins or humans or dwarves, and only a couple of them. Set that to 0. Raids between sieges. You can turn this down. And set that to 1. Maybe even... Yeah, let's leave it on 1. And then siege frequency, otherwise raid, 50. I can tell you, I think you're dead, Stormwolf. Yes, you are dead. You died... I want to say a Titan got you? Yeah, you died in the Titan fight. Because a Titan showed up that was like right on top of my fort while I was building some stuff outside, and you got caught. So unfortunately, your Dwarf is no longer with us. I apologize for my incompetence. Which just means you can get another one, you know what I'm saying? Now I just need to wait and see. No? Ice Blue's still around? Okay, I'm going to say I don't think they actually sent in any of those. So I will send you guys home. But the second I do that, thieves are going to appear. So now the question is, where are they currently collecting boulders from? Because the other place I want to expand now is this. And let's start shrinking this down. And let's get all this stuff cleaned up. It begins. Mint chocolate ice cream? That's not the worst craving you could have. My apologies, but... all of this stuff is getting sorted up as well, which is nice to see. Yes, Monifred. And also they're just there. They're mostly there to just like scout your defenses and steal your stuff. Would you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Femme noir. Mist generators sometimes cause a lot of frame rate dip for me, but it's pretty rare. And I think the reason that that happens is if there's an item that's underneath the mist that the dwarves can't pick up because it's underneath the mist and causing hauling cancellations. So if you put, this is a question, I think from the YouTube chat from a minute ago. If you put statues or something else that blocks pathing but doesn't block water, where the water drops, it doesn't have that problem, at least in my experience. Let's go with a beard. Okay, so somebody that I would consider weird. This fish dissector. That's pretty weird. They're also happy, which is also really weird. Your name is Portal Waxed. Got all those portals waxed. He does rarely develops negative feelings toward things, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, tends to not reveal personal information, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Is a friendly individual, and is burdened by this tendency because he dislikes the idea of friendship. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Occasionally, he can overindulge and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Finds friendship burdensome and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes tin glaze as well as aluminum and pyrite and muskox hoof as well as alpaca wool. And when possible, prefers to consume giant mosquito and fonio beer and strawberries. And hates toads. He's friends with Bootlegger and Asmil, and is a member of the Creed of Silver, the god of wealth, one of the more popular gods around here. And some migrants have arrived. He wants to be with family and friends, but has friends, no family. Which means I need to make more. They're kind of just coming out of the fog down there. That's fun. And of course, they're bringing random livestock I don't need or want. I'm pretty sure we don't need to download more RAM. I'm really curious about how big this migrant batch is going to be because I increased the population cap. It's good. More hands for the wheelbarrows. And I also need to make more bedrooms. I'm almost out of coffee. I buy my coffee from a local coffee roaster, which is really nice because it's generally great coffee. I don't like this batch all that much. I don't think I'm going to buy it again. It's one that I haven't, that was new that I haven't bought before. It's just a bit too bitter for me. I like a sweeter coffee. Tis okay though. Not everything can be a hit. I think I'll stick to their beans from Honduras. I really like that batch right now. This is a new batch of Guatemala beans and... There's no plans to bring back the economy system. I don't know what their plans to bring back the economy system is. I don't recall saying there was no plans. I don't know what their plans are is probably what I've said. Tarn has expressed interest in the system, but also has expressed exasperated feelings whenever the system comes up. I've speculated about the system, but I'm not aware of any plans to bring it back. Or any plans to not bring it back. I personally don't want them to bring it back. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. But turns out simulating capitalism equals bad, generally. Because, surprise, some parts of reality don't need to be simulated, maybe. Adventure mode needs some overhauls on that system, though. Above, snapping turtle biting out all of a dog's teeth led a dwarf to the hospital, and a fisher dwarf fishing on the ice sheets to be expected in spring. Oh, to just be, like, dropped into the ice sheets sooner than later, you mean? I feel like that's about how that would go. Yep, seems like all of the other stone over here has been dug up. Oh, there's another area I need to go work on briefly as well. Need to go over here. This is all chert anyway. Let's get all of this out of here so I can flood this sucker. Well, I mean, they've collected all of it. There can be only one after all, Stone. I'm gonna go toss this mug into the sink and clean it. I will be back in a sec. You guys can watch Cat Lady dig.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's a unit system. I know this.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Bring out your dead!
Over here, he has a sword.
Oh my god! That doesn't happen. That's werewolf number 3. Full of hand-operated corns? Do corns train strength? To me, the most effective way to train strength in Dwarf Fortress is just to tell a bunch of dwarves to mine a bunch of stuff and don't use wheelbarrows to haul the boulders. If you just want to mass train everybody. Or just put the entire fortress into wrestling squads for like 10 minutes. A werewolf representative, Nethi Spectakud, has come. A large wolf twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow orange. Its sepia hair is long and wavy. You will know why you fear the night. Also, apparently I need a temple complex for one of my religions. Hold up. Here's the important question. There is a cage in that cage trap. I'm just going to forbid this wheelbarrow. Run, Dort. Oh, never mind. Have you been bit? You've been bit. Continues to back up. You're actually doing quite a bit of dodging. Right here we have Edict, who is legendary in everything and is also a swords dwarf. Jumps over and begins to fight with the werewolf. Stabs the werewolf first. This is also my bookkeeper, I should mention. Stabs the werewolf representative in the upper body, which shatters the ribs, lodging the sword firmly in the wound, rips the sword out of the wound, charges at the creature, and collides with him and knocks him over, then slashes it in the upper body with a steel short sword, which shatters its ribs, and then it misses him, and then he pulls on the sword because he got stuck in the ribcage probably, and it's just missing him repeatedly. The bookkeeper then stabs the representative in the lower body, tearing the muscle. The bookkeeper collides with him again, charges, rips the sword out once again, and then stabs it. Or sorry, then punches it, which bruises the muscle. Fully armored, should do okay. We've also got a farmer coming over. Did you really just get bit? Oh, wait, hold on. No, you got bruised. It didn't actually penetrate skin. This dwarf's fine. This dwarf is fine. Representative misses the farmer, gets stabbed again in the body with a steel short sword, misses the farmer. Yeah, thanks. It's all benefit of the wool cloak. How do I deal with the fortress growing too fast? I'm kind of used to it. But like, if you find your fortress is growing too fast, either sell less stuff, because that's what incentivizes people to move in, Space Program in YouTube chat, or limit your population. There's like, I do that pretty frequently. Just limit the population to like 80 or something, and then get ahead of it. The were creature says I was attacked, I'm panicking, and their guts are now hanging out. Once again, gets knocked over again by the dwarf. The farmer attacks, but she attacks the farmer, but the farmer jumps away. The bookkeeper slaps the representative with the flat of their sword, which pulls their leg. The representative misses a bunch of times. The bookkeeper slashes the representative with her steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Stabs it in the upper body. Kicks it. I also need to look at your history real quick. Representative of what? A member of the Maroon Council. And a member of the Silvery Tomes, which is an outcast group. Originally they were a member of the Fellowship of Clustering. They have 22 kills. They did a bunch of killing in Omen Pelts and Olive Dances and Temple Leopard. Temple Leopard sounds like a nightclub. Pretty standard fighting. More slashing. A lot of missing. And it seems one of my farmers actually got the kill, or it looks like. Farmer attacks, but she scrambles away. The bookkeeper stabs it in the upper leg with a short sword, and the injured part was cloven asunder.
Bring out your dead!
And this farmer misses. But you were the one that did a whole bunch of fighting there. Well done there, dwarf. Well done. I'm presuming Edict got the kill then? Yeah. Looks like you got the kill. Rest in peace, creature. Pulling your leg stab, pretty much. Or sell like 1 or 2 items just to get the actual trading experience, I think, is kind of a valuable thing. And also to get the value experience, but... What was my longest fort? Well, any benefit of going past 10 to 15 years? If the question is any benefit of, the answer is always going to be the same. It's what do you find entertaining? Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox game. So it's kind of like asking, is there any point in continuing to build in a sandbox game once the fortress is done? If there's a point if you want to. So at the end, Dwarf Fortress is a game that you should play as long as you are entertained by a fort. The second you stop being entertained by a fort, you shouldn't play anymore. Is there any benefit of going longer than a certain amount? Well, you can build more. You can build a bigger, cooler fort. And some people find that entertaining. Dwarf Fortress is a role-play game about like playing the faction that you are a part of, right? So as long as you are entertained by a fortress, you can keep going. The longest fort I kept alive was Long Death, which was 470 something years. That being said, I don't really have much intention of doing super long forts like that. At least not that long ever again. Because it wasn't great content. But I did it. I mean, somebody isn't currently, which is why I'm still doing my job, because I must entertain more people, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game about setting your own goals, not a game about that gives you goals. So if you don't want to keep a fort alive for a super long time, then there's no reason to. If you want to keep a fort alive for a super long time, then there's all the reason to. It's really interesting following the family trees in super long-term forts. But, like, it's certainly something that can lose its excitement after a while. How big was the population? I never let the population get super big because this was in an older version of the game, so I never really had more than 40 dwarves. I think the highest also there was some pretty hard limits at the time where like you would stop getting immigrants, but that's a long story and a portion of the game that has since been completely redone and is no longer the case, so it's kind of a moot point. But I kept the population pretty small for practicality reasons. It stayed around 30 to 40 dwarves for most of it. Well, I will say this, once you start getting, like, dwarves marrying, and then the children growing up, and then the children marrying other dwarves, and making more children, you can get some really interesting family trees going, and there's also fun storylines that come out of stuff like that, such as, like, I mean, I always talk about the dwarf named Bastet, who was the leader of my militia for a good while, who ended up being lovers with every single dwarf in the militia, which is great, because they were all really happy. But it's fucking terrible, because she was a female dwarf, and they were mostly male dwarves, and some of them were female dwarves. If a dwarf is a lover with another dwarf, they can have multiple lovers, but they won't have kids with a lover. They'll only have kids if they're married, and if they're lovers with another dwarf, they can get a second lover, but they can't get married if that lover has another lover. Does that make sense? So if one dwarf has one lover and one dwarf has two lovers and both of those lovers are in the same fort, they can't get married? Which I don't know if that's been changed, at least at the time that was the case. And so I had this one dwarf who just kept hooking up with everybody and then nobody would get married. And so like we went like 80 years or something with nobody having babies. And then finally that dwarf died. I can't actually remember what killed her. And all of those dwarves went and got married with other dwarves like immediately. So yeah. She also had like 24 kids or something, because she also had a husband. Oh, and then also other fun things, like I had a dwarf that started tantruming that got really upset, and that dwarf was married and had several kids. And at one point, my mayor died, and a new mayor got elected who happened to be one of my few military dwarves. And the mayor that got elected got beaten up by this dwarf who was tantruming, and I convicted the dwarf for like the trillionth time of committing crimes and tantruming. And the mayor was also the captain of the guard at the time, turned around and just like falcon punched that dwarf to death, just like insta-gibbed him in the face. And then immediately married his wife, like within like a week. Married his, like, we didn't even have the body in the coffin yet, and he married the guy's wife. Stuff like that happened. A lot of fun, silly shit. But a lot of that fort, because it was mostly self-sufficient, was literally just sitting there and watching them hang out in the tavern and hoping I didn't get invaded, and when I did get invaded, I would just simply, like, scroll through and, like, wait until they wandered down into my burning chamber and then drop lava on their head and repeat. Do you remember that? That was one hell of a moment, that's for sure. Although I think maybe the most memorable memory from that fort was the dwarf that Fem had named back then, and that dwarf was the one that was murdered, and then I thought that I completely memorialized their body, but it turns out I didn't. I actually left one of their arms on the top of a wall, which is kind of grim, but regardless, I did. And the result was... Yeah, I'm out of doors. Do I have a repeating job for doors? I think I do. Yes, I do. Although that might be paused at the moment. Which means I'll just do this on its own. But anyway, that dwarf was murdered and I left part of their body somewhere unrelated. And then like a year later, that dwarf came back as a ghost, possessed the dwarf that murdered them, and then got them to admit the crime. Which, to this day, might actually still be one of the wildest things I've ever seen happen in Dwarf. You should start considering generating a new world when you get bored of the world that you're in. Or if like something gets added to the game where you're like, where they state that you will need to generate a new world to get the new feature. It is entirely personal preference. I've had worlds that I've found very interesting and compelling that I've played for very long periods of time, and then I've had worlds that I got tired of and didn't want to play anymore and stopped playing earlier than I would normally. And it highly depends. Sometimes I stick with worlds a lot longer, sometimes I don't. It varies. So it's entirely up to your own personal preference. When you feel that you've seen everything that you want to see in a particular world, you've played enough adventures, you've ran enough forts, and you're just feeling kind of done with it, that's when it's time to start a new fort or start a new world. But it is always going to be a benefit to play multiple forts in the same world. You don't need a door, no. Unless you want to be able to lock the bedroom doors for some reason. It's like a good safety precaution, Finian. I hope you're not in an ad. Yeah, because they had a different name. It was Hack something. I actually can't remember what their old username was, but they changed their username and became Transfem. Also haven't seen them in a while. Hope they're okay. This dwarf wants to fight. Let's put them in the military and let them fight. Not if it's on the layer above. It won't be considered part of the same bedroom. Wit code. But it will make the room above a higher value, for sure. Okay, so this is for the Creed of Silver. Ah. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. It's already a high enough value. I literally just need to click that button. I just need to recognize a priest. I was like, oh boy, I get to do construction. Nope. Recognized high priest. So Bone Doll is now the Exalted Luxury. And let's throw in Asylum as the new holy tax. That's always funny when that happens. It's like, oh, it's already valuable enough. Sweet. My job is easy now. And it looks like almost all of these boulders on this side are now done, so I can get rid of all this. Let's just do 100 wheelbarrows on this side. And also move this stockpile up to here. And erase it from down here. Off in the corner of the fortress when nobody's paying attention, Elith and Magnifier have married. Don't see that too often. This is why you need to give dwarves a break. It's a lot of wheelbarrows. Damn right. We have a lot of boulders that need moving. Quiet ceremony. You know, like, it's just, like, they just signed the paperwork and got it all done quick. I mean, I respect that kind of marriage, you know? Round of beers. For the happy couple. Self-pity after not being around friends for too long. And wants to fight. Well, now you're married, so you got all the fighting you want. Feels love after getting married. Well, that's lovely. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue the same, though. Clockwork. So Boozdog in YouTube chat says, one thing I love about playing multiple forts in the same world is when military dwarves from other forts I made migrate over, so I have a recurring chain of characters. Yeah, no, that's absolutely a reason. I really like it when they get when dwarves get elected to positions of power in a new fort and then show up. The Forgotten Beast, the beast has come. A gigantic feathered lizard, nice. It has a pair of spindly antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Its light blue feathers are long and narrow. Beware its hunger for warm blood. A second one? The Bronze Colossus, Otun Gutek, Oran Zoloth, has come. A gigantic magic statue of bronze bent on mayhem. Now the question is, do I catch this? Because this would be my second one, or do I fight it? We already have one. Or do I try and catch it, or do I just fight it? I might be able to catch it. Although a lot of dwarves are outside. It's probably safer to just fight it. I kind of want to do that, but I may lose a bunch of dwarves in the process. That's the issue. Like this guy right here, right? Let's just see if I can get everybody inside quickly. I am seeing the dwarves running inside. It seems Beast is fighting down here with the last one who's killed a bunch of things, or who's fighting with this one who's killed a bunch of things now. The two of them are fighting and bits and pieces of beasts are flying. I don't see where it landed. Ada seems to have lost a foot. But Ada has managed to be victorious. Who's now crown reigned. Took the crown away from Selo, the previous beast victor. Let's hope this goes well-ish. Keep running, Dwarf. Oh yeah, no, we are super gonna lose a bunch of dwarves. Come on, guys. Everybody get inside. Everybody get inside. Here he comes. Now, if he trips on the traps, we'll catch him. Otherwise, there we go. We got him. Well done, everybody. Good day's work here. Solid day's work, everyone. Round of applause for everybody involved. We done did a good job. Well job, everybody. Woo. Success must. Oh, I see the problem here. I just have one of these. I don't actually have a garbage dump at the moment. I was like, why are things not getting dumped? Because I just have a pit pond, which I also need to throw away things that I don't want. But smashing success, yes. Beastly victory. Bronzely victory? Doesn't really work the same. Target practice time? I mean, I'm just gonna make them fight. Dude, I could do that, totally. I could equip wooden bolts on all my Marks Dwarves and have them target practice during the battles. We're getting close. Like, all of this boulder hauling that I'm doing as well is, like, leading us up towards the, like I guess the end, perhaps, of me acquiring stuff. Yeah, let's just go 3. Wheelbarrows, I'm not going to need that many for a while. We're kind of getting towards the end of me acquiring stuff to make into blocks to finish off that arena as well. We also have proper defenses now for the front door. I'm actually going to go over to here. I'm going to get my squads to go pillage once more. They may go out and die, but it's time to get back to work, dwarves. Got a Thresher who's been possessed. Good, good. They will fight each other. Got a Clother shop getting claimed. We'll follow you for a little bit. Just make sure that you grab everything that you need initially. You know, honestly, I think I said this the other day, but the thing that I'm the most excited for about the Siege update actually isn't the rebalancing of the soldiers and all that. I'm really curious to see what Tarn ends up doing with those cage changes. Like, that is extremely curious to me. Like, I am very, very curious to see what that ends up looking like. Like, extremely curious. What are you hauling over here? Malachite? Ooh. Let's just go over to here and just slaughter a couple. Just in case. That's what we specifically need. I wonder where we're hauling stuff from now. Let's see. I mean, any way for, in Fortress mode, me to be able to do things with wagons is exciting for me. Period. All of that is exciting. I'm also going to go up to here real quick and make another stockpile that I haven't made yet, which I probably should have made a long time ago. I'm going to go right here, and this is just going to be for ammo. However, it's only going to be for bolts. I'm going to make a second one. I'm just going to go over here, which is also going to be for ammo. But this one's only going to be for arrows. And that's where I'll melt them down. We're never going to get those. Or of embers. Tarn has said that a number of times now. We're never going to get multi-tile enemies. It's just a programming nightmare. I don't think, I mean, it'll certainly slow down the process of catching bigger creatures, but personally, I think the way that I just caught that Bronze Colossus is a bit anticlimactic. Like, I think it's something that you should have to plan for and prepare for a bit more, personally. At least that's my opinion. Okay, so how many more bedrooms do I need? Just the one? There's a really cool / messed up D&D homebrew setting where people are trapped in Terresk and harvest it for stuff. Or people trapped, I don't know what that means. Oh wait, you mean sort of like that game where you build a town on the back of a giant monster and like you can just stab it and make sausage out of its blood? And I got like criticized by somebody who rated me once for being mean to the monster. I was like, it's a mechanic. It's like there's a tutorial tooltip about it. It's part of the game. Give and take. Come on. The Thresher has created Sat Igith, an asymmetrical sheep wool cape, and claims it as a Hamley heirloom. Grumble. Whenever it's just a thing that I can't see, because it doesn't have a sprite, I'm just going to assign it to somebody and forget about it. It's not that, like, it's a bad artifact, it's just, it doesn't have a sprite, so we've got enough artifacts that I just don't care all that much. Just making sure I haven't missed any doors. I'll have to go through and smooth all this eventually, too. I do have a zombified kobold, yes. Who was imprisoned in my fortress at one point, and we used DF hack to force him to join the fort because of a heroic killing of a were creature in my prison. Every now and again, you gotta cheat. For story reasons, of course. You've had 2 in your life. You've never once seen a dragon in any of your forts. Are you doing something specific to find them? Are we talking about, like, the cave dragons? Or are we talking about dragons? Because those are 2 different things. Because cave dragons raid a goblin dark fortress, and you'll probably steal one as livestock. That's how I get them. As far as dragons, I haven't had a dragon in one of my forts in, like, a year, maybe. It's been a while since the last... Well, actually, no, I think Head Punch was the last fort that I had a dragon. And that was, what? 6 months ago? Something like that? The beginning of the year? But find them in adventure mode and settle on top of them if you actually want to find a dragon. That is the easiest way to find a dragon. Just play adventure mode and walk around until somebody tells you where a dragon is, and then just settle on top of it. Quite literally, that is the easiest way to get a dragon. Or, like, increase the frequency of mega beasts in World Gen. Oh, when it burned the alcohol and it all explodes? Yeah, that's a pretty good one. It was a really cool fort built around a river and waterfall a few years back with a dragon behind. That was amazing. It was crazy. I started breathing fire at people who were visiting. Are you talking about my fort? Clockwork? Have I been playing Borderlands 4 at all? Should I even answer that question? It's hard. There's very few games that I am less interested in the world of video games, except for maybe like Destiny. No, I have not, and I have zero intention to ever play it. I have no interest in Borderlands in the slightest. Absolutely null. Zero. Nada. Chat has, though. Also, like, there's very little parts of me that are willing to spend $90 for a video game. And that game is $90. So you'd basically have to be like a sequel to a favorite of all time for me to be interested in that. And Borderlands ain't that. I'm mostly doing this to satisfy a lot of crafting needs. And with that, I can probably, well, at the very least I can do this, get alcohol up and running again. But we're going to do these. Also that Emperor Iron, yeah. That is, in fact, another thing that you could do. $90, yep. I mean, here, let me show you. This is the Canadian dollar price. Bordering? What am I typing? Borderlands. Like, I ain't spending $89.99 on a video game. It's really funny when people in the US are like, oh no, video games are $79. I'm like, mate, they're $110. What the fuck are you saying? Like, it's the reason I don't own a Switch is because some of those games are $99. Yeah, fuck that. So, also, like, you know, $140 in day one DLC, I think? Yeah, no, sorry. I would not get... I mean, I could maybe play that for like 5 hours and be like, yeah, it was fine. I'm good. Not worth it. Squatties have returned. Do I have cabinet jobs? No, I don't. Okay, let's make, oops. Rock cabinets. Yeah, let's do that. Well, we also have a higher minimum wage, Booze Dog, so it does kind of even out, but there is definitely a psychological effect that happens when you see the price tag of something. Like, I'm much more likely to spend $40 on a video game than I am to spend 80. A pretty good example of this is, like, I will quietly play the, like, Mech Warrior games off stream. Like, I'm never going to talk about it, but I do. I buy those games and I play them quietly off stream. Because they're like $30. Whereas like, or like Tokyo Extreme Racer, which was like 40 or something. Like that's a price tag that I can look at and justify and be like, yeah, no, I can get 30 hours of entertainment out of this and feel good about that. But the second something is like $80 plus, I have to really squint and go, am I going to like play this game? And the answer is like almost always no. So it's like every now and again, like I think about maybe getting a Switch, or I like a Switch too. But like, as an example, I walked past an EB Games here recently when I was buying a new pair of shoes because my old ones had a hole in the bottom. So I was actually in a mall for once, which isn't something I normally subject myself to. And I looked at the EB Games and I was like, how much are Switch things? And so like I went and popped in and like looked at a Switch 2. Switch 2s are $650 here. And like, yeah, they have them in stock, but if you want Mario Kart, it's $700. It's $700 for a Switch 2. And like, I realize that like that's the economy at this point, and that's me getting old, but like, I think I would rather spend that money on like more RAM for my computer at this point, or like buy a B-Link and use that as a like mini PC streaming hub for Steam games and plug that into my TV. Because for like $800 I could just buy a B-Link and then plug that into my TV, and it would probably run better than my current media PC. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's kind of, it's just a lot, you know? Like, it's much easier to just say, nah, I'm not going to do that when it costs so much. That being said, I have been cackling at the schadenfreude of a certain CEO who likes Magic being a dipshit on social media. That shit's funny. That game is a quarter of monthly minimum wage where you come from. Holy, yeah, no, that makes sense. You know, I'm not that interested in a Steam Deck, Uncle Sage, because like when I'm outside, and I know that this is a unique to me thing. A lot of people don't feel this way. The last fucking thing I want to do is play a video game. And I already play a lot of video games, and I have a very nice computer where I can play video games. I don't live with people, so I don't have to compete for like the computer or a TV, you know? So having a portable thing doesn't really benefit me in the slightest. And also, thanks for helping keep the chat moving, guys. Active conversation is what keeps the conversation going, and that's what keeps the entertainment flowing. It's just a compromise for an area that you don't really need to fill. Yeah, I mean, I think like there is something that's very true. If you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Absolutely. But if your hobby is your job, it becomes your job and not your hobby. And as much as I like video games, and as much as I enjoy playing video games were my hobby. They're now my job. I don't play video games as much recreationally, and I certainly no longer play the types of games that I used to play recreationally off stream. At this point, the only games I'm playing recreationally are tiny indie games that a dozen people play. And like Tetris. And like Tokyo Extreme Racing. And if I'm going to play one of those, I put on a podcast, I sit down at this computer and I play it for a bit. or I turn on the media PC and I stream it to the TV. And then I put on a podcast. And like, that's basically it. You are a clother, you're eating something right now, you're hungry and drowsy, you've probably been smoothing for the last little while, but you're satisfied at work, you need to pray pretty badly, and you want to be with friends, and you want martial training. You play DF about every few months. It's your video game time. Checks out. Sounds right. Now, I've turned this, the Thunderdome, into just an indoor in the fortress zone. So I'm gonna make a new zone and call it the Thunderdome. And this is going to be a much more generic zone. I'm just gonna click and drag large areas. But this is going to strictly be for like recreation. So I'm just not going to allow areas where dwarves can work unless they are mission critical, such as food. So basically, I'm going to lock out regions of the fortress that are not required for continued existence, hospitals required, just so that they deal with their immediate needs. I'm gonna remove everybody from this, and I'm gonna put everybody in the Thunderdome. And those dwarves can go relax. Let's see how that last pillage went. A couple of friends pitched together and got you a Steam Deck for Christmas. I'm like, I live in a studio alone. My only place to sit down is my computer chair, so that'll be awkward for a bit. I end up using it an hour or so once a week at the laundromat. I'm paranoid that it'll get stolen. No, that's fair. A bunch of my dogs were killed. Oh, that sucks. A dwarf, Rabid Mabs was struck down by a cave dragon. Sorry, Rabid. Edict was struck down? No, oh, sorry. Edict struck down a dwarf. That was scary. Dwarves are killing goblins. Die busting killed another dwarf who's aligned with my faction. What, the Thunderdome? Is the suburbs? Yep, this is a very well-populated goblin location. Walls of Color, led by the Things of Voicing, clashed with 1,053 trolls. Looks like 2 of my cave dragons were struck down, and Romanoid clashed with 1,036 trolls, slaying 5. And this is how you get these ridiculous kill counts. And these ridiculous kill counts. It looks like they've also mostly cleared up this zone. The Walk Dead. Hide while you still dwarf. Grim. Well, I could lava them, but I'm going to lava them. I could lava them over there, but I'm going to lava them in the other spot because I haven't used the other spot of lava yet. This is fun. I get to test my gushers, which I haven't had an opportunity to yet, which is exciting, actually. So first off, let's close this, and hopefully everybody gets back inside. Stupid dragon, come back inside. Or don't. That aren't too hard or too easy? I guess that's a very personal thing, right? Like, what do you define as too hard or too easy? I guess. I'm not entirely sure like how to help with that, I suppose. Would be the main issue I would run into. But for a returning player, I guess like I don't know. I've never really stopped playing. I haven't stopped playing Dwarf Fortress since like 2018. So like that's actually kind of a difficult question for me, sort of. Let me just do this actually. Holy vomit. I need them to go this way, which is what I want to see. But yeah, I don't really know how to tell you like how to find interesting embark locations, because that would just depend on what you consider to be an interesting embark location, right? Okay, no, they do need to go in this way, which is unfortunate, but I'll do it. How big is this siege? Okay, not too bad. Chat, do you have any tips for a returning player? They're struggling to pick interesting embark locations that aren't either too hard or too easy. I'd say if an embark is too hard, just turn down the difficulty. Like, you can make the, what do you call it? You can make the... You can make things like Untamed Wilds more forgiving. But like, yeah, I don't really know. Oh, I'm just out of Hydra. Yikes. That's always fun. Major rivers usually have like heavy aquifers though. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like you're just... Because I don't know what you define as interesting, I don't really know how to help you out there. Yeah, exactly, Boozdo. I'm glad I'm not the only person who's kind of stumped by this. I mean, that's a lot of people's default, right? Emperors just settle on a volcano and then just go with all the lava. I kind of wish cats listened to burrows, but... That have ruined your last few embarks? Just make doors, and then lock them when the werebeasts arrive. That would be my advice. Alright, I'm just gonna leave the camera here for a second and go take a real quick restroom break. What's up, ADJ? I know something that I saw Radu do relatively recently that I think is kind of hysterical. Is Radu made a fortress that was... How do I put this? Where's most of these undead going? Okay, they appear to be going where I need them to go. Excellent. Radu made a fortress but set it to tutorial. And then just disabled the tutorial. Because it's like effectively, and it makes me think that like Dwarf Fortress needs just like a random embark location. Like just tell it that like with like a quick questionnaire at the beginning. It's like, do you want a river? Yes, no. Do you want an aquifer? Yes, no. Do you want metal? Yes, no. And then just click random. Kind of needs that, you know? Because like we sort of have that with the tutorial option, but that's the only way to really do that. And I feel like that would just be like implement the tutorial, but without the tutorial. The filter list doesn't do that because it doesn't just put you somewhere random. No, I'm saying like, I'm not, like, I guess for people who have analysis paralysis, who just want to get into a game quick, there should be like when you generate a world, there should just be a, put me in, chief. Just like, guardrails off, send it kind of option, you know? But the game doesn't have that right now. Sure, or even just like a random button. Just like a button that just says random. The real question, Boozing, do you know that there are gnomes in Dwarf Fortress? That's the one that took me forever to learn. I played Dwarf Fortress for... That's a very well-armored zombie. I played Dwarf Fortress for years before learning that there were gnomes in Dwarf Fortress. I don't know why this zombie is just standing here. Okay, maybe there's a cat out there that they're getting distracted by. Oh, no, literally there's a cat there that is getting distracted by. God damn it. It's one of Cat Lady's cats. Well, we'll have to kill that zombie after the fact. Don't know if that dwarf who ran off to the northeast made it back. Ah, it's fine. I mean, you can outwalk these zombies. They're not exactly a huge threat. The biggest threat that these zombies are to the fort is, like, mental threat. So this is my first time actually testing this thing now that it's been fully built. Who hasn't seen this yet, chat? Raise your hand. What I do know is that I need to pull that lever. Okay, so there's two things I'm going to do here. I'm going to pull that lever, and then I'm going to pull this lever. We're going to go kill that zombie who's outside first. That lever opens this and shuts it. It also shuts this at the other end. So all of those zombies are now... Oh, yeah, no, you are right. This dwarf is absolutely still stuck outside. Cool. That's fine. I can just tell these two squads to go kill this zombie. Because this should be open any moment. There it goes. So these dwarves will now zippity-doo-dah outside. Led by Romanoid. I don't think that No Moria has been needed for a very long time. No Moria had a place in this niche of games when Dwarf Fortress didn't have normal people mouse-friendly UI and didn't have graphics. But No Moria struggled to like find consistency already without that, and I think that it only got worse. It's only gotten worse now that Premium is out. All right, so then what I do is I pull this lever. Oh, although gonna need to add the Thunderdome over here. And so essentially what happens is I've pumped lava up really, really high up. And then what that does is it pumps all of the lava from really, really high up down really far down. And that's going to really, 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 really quickly make all of that lava go goosh up and up, up and at 'em. And my mayor was reelected for his wondrous designs. And Frankenbold, the forlorn stalker, has been missing for a week. I wonder why. That's unfortunate. Well, actually, let's just turn the burrow off. So the frame rate's about to get real bad for a sec.
Bring out your dead!
Basically, it just makes all of the lava erupt out. And it fires it with enough pressure that it immediately just hits the ceiling and creates a wall. It also makes my frame rate go down to 5, apparently. Now it's up to 10. The tiles in the air are 7 of 7. It was actually going up 4 layers before I put the roof on it. But that's just like a waste of lava. Trying to run? Well, they can't really run. They just like walk with confidence, I'll say. But, you know, they don't even... If I look at this, everything that's flickering on here is actively burning. So, you know, we have a pretty good idea of how many of them are in there and dying. Zombies going, fire bad, fire bad, fire very, 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 very bad. Or something like that. Yeah, no, I could see it. Or instead of saying brains, they're saying burning. Like this guy over here. It was just, you know, burning away. Now, this does melt a lot of the gear that they have. However, iron is lava safe. So it's just going to burn all of the bodies, get rid of all of the unwanted damaged clothing, and melt down all the lesser valued items, that at least to me, and leave all of that nice valuable iron for me to melt down and turn into steel. Yeah, no. Well, actually, fun fact, there is no pain associated with lava in Dwarf Fortress. So if you are on fire, it's just kind of annoying. It doesn't actually hurt them. Which is something I kind of love about Dwarf Fort. Is the lava actually gaining on them, or are they gaining... I should probably put another bridge right here. Make this a 2-stage thing. Because for, like... I might need a longer one for goblins, but... Because they move way quicker. Zombies are just kind of slow, though. Up to 23 FPS now. Oh, there goes another one. You think it's gaining on them? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. But, maybe. I think I'm just imagining the Metallica Fire Bad thing. Metallica Fire Bad. I'm not sure what Metallica Fire Bad is. There's no stupid questions. There's just questions that don't have answers yet. If magma doesn't cause pain, it just kind of do direct damage. So the only negative thoughts that are associated with being on fire in Dwarf Fortress is choking on smoke. So they'll be mildly annoyed while it's burning to death, but at least they're only mildly annoyed. It's actually a pretty merciful way to kill a baddie in Dwarf Fort. Does anybody remember when I was doing Long Death? Devilish might. Maybe. Somebody in chat might. When I was playing Long Death, when Picture Point did 3 forts in a row called Short Death Afternoon because my fortress name was Long Death Millennium, and he named a bunch of forts Short Death Afternoon, and just played on like the most hostile biome possible, and you know was pretty good at the game, but maybe not great. Oh no, we found him dead. We found Frankenbold, chat. Was caught by the zombies. Rest in peanuts. Friendo.
Bring out your dead!
Seems like the dwarves are trying to party. But then gave up. Ah, they're playing the other song instead. They're like, oh, hold on, we got a new song. Play that one instead. They're going to party until the frame rate goes up. I'm not sure if they keep trying to put it forward or they just keep something. Sometimes I have a little battle log of a bear slammed into a cheetah and knocked into a wall. I have a question. Do you have a ton of livestock in one room? Because that'll do that. They do push each other around. Frame rate's increasing. Meaning this is almost full. Problem is this is also going... I didn't really think this through. This is also going to burn this. I need to attach another lever to this end, I think. Nah, that's okay if it does. Chat, can I get your favorite party and dancing emotes? Because the dwarves is partying. Let's just leave them in the Thunderdome. Just whatever dancing emotes you have. Because the dwarves are getting a break. A very well-earned one, I think. In fact, they're telling stories. We grow through debate, struggle, and even chaos and discord. Of how the dwarf Nil became the Baroness in the year 150 of the strategic boots. Yeah, okay. If you have a lot of animals stuck in a small space, they will start doing damage to each other when they try and stand up. Now we find out if I actually manage to get them all. I think it's this other one. What are you connected to? Yeah, okay, so that one gets turned off. Oh no, I don't want to pull you. I just want to pull this one. I like the whole partying down in the tavern while there's a room elsewhere being filled with burning zombies. I mean, that's a valid reason to party if you ask me. Guess so, hello. In order for them to sing and dance, they need a big tavern. Leos James? They need like at least 8x8 floor. Like open space with no tables or chairs or anything in the way. So make sure that they have a big space, and then also give them a break, because you need a large portion of your dwarves to be all listening to the same song for that to work. So this gets closed now. There's one still burning. Siege is done. And now we just pull this lever. And the drain fills up. Yeah, let's go to this end. And this is going to have the side effect of also filling up my moat. Which I wasn't planning on doing just yet, but oh well. I still need a way to drain this properly, which I really don't have yet. So I'm kind of thinking about putting a drain along here, which is just going to be a trench with like metal, what's it called? Grates over top of it. And then it'll just go down a level. And because this is 2 levels deep, I could go to this upper level and just widen it a whole bunch. Which could be a way to do this. Yeah, it's this over here that needs to be filled back up. Once all this over here is full, the lag will stop. Which shouldn't take too long. Because currently I'm still running at only 30 frames a second. Which is pretty cynical FPS if you ask me. So all this needs to fill up as well. I'm really curious to see how much more useful old strategies become. With the next few updates. I mean, lava moats are useful, certainly, and lava shenanigans are also a lot of fun, but, you know, it's not the most useful thing. They're going to become a lot more useful, though, I think. I do agree. I think that you are correct. You know what I could do, actually? I could dig out this. And dig out that. And then fortify this along the sides. So that when this fills up to here, it'll just drain off back into here. And up here, I could build drains around the edge of this. I think that's what I'm going to do. It's certainly going to change the game. Cricket. It's certainly going to change the game. It's going to be exciting. I look forward to siege weapons working. I would argue that, like, you can make them work right now. They don't work. Like, they really don't. They were designed for a different video game, quite literally, so... Forgotten Beast Shadmal has come. An enormous hairy tortoise. There's a joke in there somewhere. It has a short trunk and it is ravening. Its dark azure hair is very curly. Beware its deadly dust. Ooh. Oh, that looks kind of cute, actually. It's got a little shell on its butt. Look at that. It looks like it's got a hat that's like on the back of its head. It looks like a Studio Ghibli character. For some diabolical reason, and whenever the ice thaws and everyone's like, oh, that's where Jespin, you find that funny. It certainly can be amusing. The confusing. You are confusing, turtle. I think I'm just going to let these dwarves relax a little longer. Because this is the fastest way to develop friends. Dwarves are simulating Udars. We've got one dwarf telling a story of how Kumil became the king of the strategic boots in the year 48, teaching each other history. It's honestly very fitting for a militia dwarf to be meditating on death. Jadosi really wants to join the military, so... I'll let you join the military. I also love the idea of using catapults, though. I need to clarify. I'm just going to leave the game unpaused for a little bit. Oops. Ada's fighting with the confusing. It appears that Ada's the one who killed Cello and is actually quite healthy still, all things considered. But is now bleeding intensely and has been knocked backwards by the confusing, who's winded, paralyzed, and cannot breathe. So... Wait, hold on. Hold on. Lol? So they're both paralyzed and winded and cannot breathe. So this thing's deadly dust paralyzes you, winds you, and causes you to die of stuff. So I think it's safe to say that's a tie. Oh, that's pretty funny, actually. Yeah. They both suffocate. It makes sense why this creature was called the Confusing. It's confusing it survived this long. Immovable well, it's more like a self-destructing object versus an object that's susceptible to a self-destruction curse. But, yeah, sure. I performed the rites of the Kobold Fellowship, and I feel filled... You know, it would have been even funnier, actually, if I tried to catch that one, and it ran up to a turkey, and then blew that out, and then died, like, suffocated alongside of the turkey. We found the kobold. It's dead. It died outside to the siege. I made it a tomb. You blinked? Sorry about that. This is about 20 by 20. Check your citizens in this screen, Leos Joru. Do you see many dwarves, like, participating in tavern activities? If no, you might just be overworking your dwarves. Like, if you don't have enough dwarves in the tavern, they might not actually be able to get into the tavern. That may be the issue as well. Getting another migrant wave. New additions to the Thunderdome. No, but they do get upset when they see somebody die, and burning to death equals dying. No, there's nothing like that. I mean, the closest thing you can get to something like that, Clockwork Dragon, would be Grim Satisfaction, which is where they feel grim satisfaction after killing somebody, but that's specifically after killing somebody. I will say there's also some bugs with the tavern music right now. Where, at least on my computer, I don't know why it does this. It starts to play Drinkin' Industry and then stops and then finishes with the other tavern song, which is Sisters of War. And I don't know why it does that, and it kind of bugs me. The squad member who left the boot on the chair. But this guy was probably standing on the chair. Also left some copper greaves. Speaking of squad members doing that, let's actually just grab the whole army right now and go thunk. Definitely gave the tavern the boot. What you really want is you want to be able to click on random dwarves and see stuff like this, where they don't have any additional thoughts at the bottom, you know? That's how you know that they've had a break. Like, this dwarf's had a successful break because they just want to learn something and maybe do some martial training. Even better if you see dwarves that are focused, like this dwarf. Like, Bear Hunter just wants to be with family, but none of your family live here, so that kind of sucks. Focused is the best state that they can be in, because then they get a move like a work efficiency buff, basically. We'll see you Tuesday, Dulcan. Burning to death equals dying, yes. I know this might surprise some people, but... So the other thing that could be happening, Leos Jaru in YouTube chat, is I think they all need to be playing the same song. Like, they just need to know it. I've definitely had forts where, like, you don't see them, like, sing once at all for the entire fort. And then I've had forts where it's, like, every 90 seconds they're, like, playing that. I think if you have very diverse amounts of songs that they know, they sing and dance together less. At least it seems that way. Also, let's see if I can get more of them. In the tavern. Let's also actually get rid of this. And allow down here instead. I want them to go to the more specific temples for those who can. Because I have them, they might as well use them. This will also take a little while, because they'll need to finish all their socializing first. This dwarf over here is leading a mining demonstration in the Miners Guild. Which may be the most unfinished guild in the fortress. It's about family, Tibe. But yeah, it is possible that they just don't, like, know the songs. Leos Joro. That is certainly a possibility. Slowly, more dwarves are working their way overs. What time of year is it? It's late summer? Chat, what do you think? This is kind of becoming like a summer vacation for these dwarves. Do we let them just hang out until summer ends and then get back to work? So that seems pretty reasonable to me. Although we're kind of running low on alcohol. Let's say 3 more days. We'll go till the 8th. Iron, by the way, you've given birth to a boy. Congratulations. Also, if you scroll down and you see a dwarf with the purple thing, that's a need that they will get a memory out of. So they're doing something that, if it's green, it just means they're doing something that'll make them happy. If it's purple, it's something that they will remember. It's like the Urist will remember this thing. In 318, oh yeah. Well earned. Kronos the Clother has been possessed. Alright, that's the end of the summer vacation. Except for this poor squad that never stopped training. And, it's claimed a clother's shop, as most of them tend to. And everybody gets back to work. Seems to be a whole lot of hauling of boulders. In this case, it's the party will continue until morale improves, and it's actually working. Much more effective than those old beatings. Okay, that's kind of great. It's raining, and my bridge is, like, causing steam to erupt off of it because it's made of steel. That's kind of awesome, actually. Oh. So I don't currently have anywhere to trade because my lava kind of melted it. I really should have thought this through. Oh well. It'll drain eventually. The party will continue until somebody gets possessed. That actually is true. Very much that is true. And what I might actually... don't really want to have exposed pumps down here. Yeah, I need some points for drainage. Yeah, that's absolutely what I need to do, but I'm going to do it along here. That's how we're going to do that. So first I just need to wait for a dwarf to come down here and deconstruct this. Seems that Kronos has begun their mysterious construction. It was one of the earlier dwarves. But yeah, you're very much correct. Saw a dwarf run by with a pick. There they are. And there you go. It's a lava front trade depot. True, it is kind of like beachfront property for dwarves. Kronos, the clother, has created Tizatokugshilrithazodoth. Why are they always bulky? Blah, this is a right mitten. Grr. I don't want no bulky artifacts. Yeah, it's like the wrong one, practically. Guess so. I'm just going to assign that to my dungeon master. And not worry about it. I'm just trying to think about where I actually want this to drain. I could just do a big drawbridge right here. Actually, probably the way to do this is to have a 1 tile wide drawbridge along here and a 1 tile wide drawbridge along here. And then just pull a lever and drain it that way and just drain it into the moat. Which will then drain it off the sides into here. Because this is all going to get fortified. Which means actually I should probably do this. I'm kind of very happy I didn't hit an aquifer doing this. Dungeon masters are not that lazy. They do, in fact, help arrest people if the captain of the guard is busy. Same with the hammerer. But that's all that they do. Yeah, I was really kind of hoping that this would just be a big enough space that, like, stuff would just start to cool off on its own. We're getting there on this end, but all these 2 deep ones are kind of ruining that. But the fact that there's, like, 1 tile deep spots means that we're getting there. Once the 1 tile deep stuff makes its way out here, it'll be draining in a quicker fashion. Huh? Do I need to go into this and, like, get some more of my miners prioritizing mining a little bit more? Nut dealers on the gerb. Have free I do tend to always have free captain of the guard. What do you mean free captain of the guard? Like no captain of the guard? I'm pretty sure the hammer and the captain of the guard just kind of almost do the same tasks. But if you put them all into a squad together, like if you put a captain of the guard into a squad with random dwarves, the random dwarves will assist with beatings as well as, what's it called? Not, they will assist with beatings, but they will also assist with, what's the word I'm looking for here? A Eurus named Vincent Patrol? Clockwork Dragon? Sure. Sorry, I missed that. Brain's just shutting off today. Yeah, they'll do the they'll do the same tasks as Captain of the Guard with the exception of interrogation. So they'll chain people up, they'll imprison them and all that. So you want me to name a Eurystat? I only have 1 dwarf named Eurist. Sorry, Clockwork. What could I name something else that? Also, why Vincent Patrol? What's up, userin? It's been a minute. Am I supposed to know what this is a reference to, though? I clearly don't. Oh, ha! I see. I mean, if do you just want me to name a dwarf Vin Diesel? Or do you want me to name a dwarf named Eurist Vin Diesel? Or Vin Petrol, I guess. Vincent Petrol. Sure, that is a word that I could have been looking for. I don't know, my brain just, like, completely flapped. And lost all intelligence for a moment there. You're good either way, dumb as dumb. You're not really giving me an answer to my question, so... Vincent Petrol tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, often feels envious of others, has a calm demeanor, is trusting, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He lives a fast-paced life. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He often feels discouraged and tends to be a little tight with resources. There's a llama. When working on projects, and needs help to get through the working day. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. How's the new place? Yeah, I moved back in February. It's lovely. It's nice to actually have enough space to be able to starfish, lie down on the ground without touching a wall. I went from 424 square feet to 810. It's nice. It's nice to have a door on my bedroom. I have 2, in fact. They're like French doors, so it opens like a Dark Souls level or a Dark Souls boss where he goes, brrr. I can do that to get into my bedroom. It's pretty nice. Except now I actually have all of my Lego because my parents have given it to me. He personally sees artful speech and eloquence as wasteful, form of deliberate deception, and treats it as such, and hates those who wield power over others. He finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. He likes gabbro and light pewter, as well as moonstone and green glass and groundhog parchment tables, and crutches and sheeps for their tendency to flock, and the sound of the flowery lutes, and when possible prefers to consume creepy crawler and sylphin molly and artichoke wine, and rye flour, and can't stand rats. He is small yet muscular. Sounds right. Worships mumas, and is a member of the Dyer's Guild and the Fortress Guard. Did I engrave what? Generally. I mean, there is certainly some, like, difficulties with where I live now. I live on Vancouver Island now, which on one hand is lovely. On the other hand, is really far away from where my family lives. So, like, whenever there's a month with a lot of family obligations, I become exceptionally busy. Like August, I almost spent more time not at home than I did at home. Or like recovering from like a long days of travel and being on a boat and stuff. Which, like, you know, like it's not really a problem necessarily. It's just it means during busy times your boy gets tired. That's all that really means. No. Well, yes and no, Latibi. When a dwarf leaves to go on a raid, they keep all of the same debuffs that they had when they leave. Like, during the raid. So if they're nauseous or feeling sick or any of the other, like, positive or negative traits that they could have, they keep those during the raid itself off map. I don't think that's just a fact, because when they come back, they still have the same debuffs. A vile force of darkness has arrived, and they are seeking a parley, which means we're not going to get to trade this year, which kind of sucks, but eh. It's like, and it's 1 Minera. So this is kind of, I find this really funny. This is the layer that they're entering the map. And because there's only one tile they can enter the map, they literally walk in one at a time in single file. So I'm actually going to use a DF hack command to just speed this up. Retrieve fix units, which is just going to summon them all into one tile immediately. It just speeds the process up. And I'm going to turn the Thunderdome back on. And I'm going to say Lamal up here. Give this a pull. Because they are probably already attacking me if I were to bet. Well, they might not be, but they're about to be. So I'm gonna give them some help because they clearly need it. So who likes to see a bunch of goblins burning, chat? Let me know. Post some lava emotes or something. Goosh. Now, it might not look like it's going that fast, but that's because doing this pushes my frame rate down to 5. So it's actually going quite fast. And there's a lot of lava getting ejected right now onto the side of this cliff. And down here, there's a lot of, well, goblins, shall we say. So, these goblins are so hot right now. As the lava comes down, they suddenly have a problem. Somebody call 911, shiny goblin burning on the hillside. Oh, wow. Oh, I don't have any frames left. They're all gone. That's it. On all of the waters evaporating off of their armor because of it's raining right now. just... It's just like the opposite of an avalanche, but still an avalanche. It's like a lavalanche. Surprise eruption, I suppose. I do actually wonder how many of them are burning. Oh, hey, I've been welcomed to my chat room. Speaking of welcoming into my chat room, it's good to see you. King, hope you've been well, mate. If we burn more than half of them, that'll just cause them to retreat. It's so funny. The rain is actually saving their lives. Clockwork Dragon, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. And, okay, so something else. Let's see if I can spot one where this is happening. This goblin is not on fire. But this goblin is dying of bleeding. Now, the reason this goblin is dying of bleeding is because it's so hot right here next to this lava and all these other burning goblins. Same with this guy. See, dying of bleeding. Not on fire. Because it's so hot next to the burning goblins and lava that they are melting. And now they're retreating. We won! I'll deny your parlay now. Good fight, goblins. Well done. If some of the bleeding ones leave the map, I'll bet if they attack me again, they'll still be bleeding when they return. The bruised. This goblin may come back because they're injured and leaving the map now. Ooh. Like this guy. I'm giving them, like, simple nicknames, so I recognize them if and when they come back. How about you? Are you gonna bleed? Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna make it. Is pale. Oh, nope, survived. I say that was a successful burninating, if you ask me. Now I just need a dwarf to get over here and give this a pull. Mookow's doing the honor. That's pretty hot. I know, right? Those goblins got pretty hot right there. And now, you know, there is just, like, piles of dead goblins. Oh my god. I'm just gonna forbid all that so the doors don't even try. Something has collapsed on the surface. Which is probably just a tree. Well, that sucks. Food poisoning is never something you want to get any kind of case of, severe or not. Regardless, though, mate, glad you're feeling better. All right, it's time to get back down here. Oh, hey, and we did it in time to trade. Which means they'll get to admire my lovely lava flow while we trade. You know, actually, let's just do this. shall we begin? I'm going to sell everything that isn't made of steel. It's like new, used. Otherwise, doesn't really matter. We're about to get hit by some ads. I'm just going to finish selling all of this stuff in the meantime. And let's do all that. All the way along the bottom. All the way down to here. Whoops. Hot goal. Goblins hot and ready to... Hot goblins in your area, ready to be burninated. Welcome to the Burnin' Nation. Also, hello, Lornerd. How are you? I had kind of a sad conversation with somebody the other night, King. Where he was like, going to TwitchCon, I'll see you there. And I was like, yeah, nope, won't be going. Kind of getting a little bit of FOMO, skipping all of the conventions that I used to go to right now, but this is what it is. Making it what? Because hot and ready. Is that why? More traders incoming. What, is Little Caesars good? Clockwork, is that the question? Not a whole lot. Tim G, yourself? So I think the next big priority is a drain for my lava. And then the last big priority is going to be... And then the thing that we'll do after finishing this drain is... Like, once all this is done. Which won't take too long. I just need to get all the boulders out of here and then get this area set up. Is I want to then finish the arena. And I think I have all the materials to do that. So we should be able to get all of that done today. Which means next week, the fights begin. Because the arena is damn near done. I just need to put a roof on the thing. But I realized that we're pretty overexposed. So... Also, this is such a good setup for trading because I have to run through this every time. Another caravan has arrived, and Gig meets with the Outpost Liaison. He says, I come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. I'm just going to ask for walnut and oak logs, and they want pearl ash and figurines. Okay, well, I will just give you my used laundry, because that's what you're getting. Gigmoth, hello. It's good to see you. You are still my mayor, as you just saw. Look at all of these dwarves running back and forth across this. Let's deconstruct this, actually. The caravan from Erdiminkot has arrived. We're going to go pillage Raunus Menaced again. I'm going to send 4 squads. Good luck, dwarves. Poobert with your 17 notable kills and 120 other kills. Good luck. Good luck. You know, I don't remember the last time I had Little Caesars. I know for a brief period of time, I had a friend whose dad... Maybe we should trade up here. Less distance for us to run. I had a friend whose dad owned a Little Caesars who... well, more of a friend whose parent owned a Little Caesars franchise. And so I got Little Caesars a whole bunch for about 6 weeks when I hung out with that kid. And I don't think I've had Little Caesars since. Like, truly, I don't think I've had it since. Like, maybe I have, but I don't think so. Good news is this is all starting to cool off, so. So these open spots, when it's one deep, lava cools, which means it should start to get shorter. And Gig has been reelected once more. So now I can do it this way. I can do this. I can do this. And I can do this. With time, of course. We'll get there. Could also go along here. Put it on the other side of this, maybe? Just get it to dump straight down. Yeah, why not, actually? Let's actually do this a little bit more like this. It'll look a little nicer if I do it this way. But obviously we're going to need the dwarves to be able to get into this. So I'll do that and that. And they've still got a lot of digging left. But how's your week been, Gig? You're having a very successful career as a mayor of this fortress. Let me tell you. On your way to work and you're tuning in to see how the hot dwarves are getting along, we just torched a whole bunch of goblins on the side of a mountain. Like a whole bunch of goblins. That trade depot is so cool. I think it's actually pretty hot, but it is a neat spot for a trade depot. But the lava is not supposed to be there, so that's like a temporary buff to its aesthetics, like, I guess. My broker's on the way down. Let's start trading. Let's trade with my faction first. Just grab everything I want. It's far too low value, though, and now it's too heavy. Trade. So we're actually missing a faction for trading this season. It's too heavy once again. So buy this and that. Let's buy the bolts. Grab that, and that. If they show up to work and they told you that the lava wasn't supposed to be there, I guess it would highly depend on where you work. Wouldn't it? I feel like that would mostly just depend on where you work. I mean, if you work somewhere where Ral has been elected to the position of Holy Tax, are you not on the map? Okay, so that must be one of my soldiers. Another one of my soldiers has become a religious figure because we must have killed a religious figure. So the religion at large goes, oh, well, we need to appoint somebody to that position now because we just killed him. Because we're off the map and sieging stuff. And also, oh no. I've got bad news, chat. My entire military appears to be dead. Just thought I'd let you know. We've attacked this place multiple times already. And I sent 40 dwarves out there. All fully kitted out. Which means I lost Romanoid, finally. I'm much more concerned about this than anything else. Most certainly, Nixamo, if it's actually as bad as it looks. We may have found a demon or something. We may have found a demon. I mean, we've lost dwarves in fighting this place before, but the only things we've lost have been, like, either random recruits, and it's always only ever been, like, 1 or 2. That is, like, 2/3 of them, if not more, more than 2/3 of them. Way more than 2/3 of them. So what the hell happened? Poobert led the attack. The defenders were led by a goblin, who we almost immediately killed. Okay, an unrelated dwarf was struck down. That wasn't one of ours. Must have been one of the ones originally from my faction who was turned. That doesn't look like it was one of mine, but it might have been. We struck down another goblin. We're fighting with the thousands of Mineras. Is it thousands or hundreds? Cave dragons, fighting with thousands of trolls, hundreds of Mineras. Okay, so we just start getting struck down by cave dragons, it looks like. Blazing Iceberg got struck down. Yeah. One of my dragons was taken out by a troll. Cave dragon, cave dragon, cave dragon, cave dragon. Walls of color clashed with more cave dragons. Blind cave. Holy shit. Napalm Sideburns was struck down. Wow. Schmitty's Scent, the Accidental Dirge, was struck down. The fighting continues. Romanoid was struck down, yeah. It's more cave ogres. I've already done that. I mean, I've already got a few dozen cave dragons running around, man. In fact, this fight was sent out with them. And a bunch of dwarves were imprisoned. Yeah, so it looks like more of them were imprisoned than struck down. I mean, Sergeant Donut Diebustin is still alive, Bear Hunter's still alive, Eye Lady's still alive. Alright, well, I'll capture more livestock, fine, but I don't really need them. I mean, just make sure that none of these dwarves have Work animals assigned? They shouldn't. Those 4 dwarves are the best that I have. They're just going to start doing this. Steal livestock and release prisoners. Get back out there, dwarves. And now it's time to... Well, actually I can't. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. You can't get reports unless 1 dwarf returns. So you need at least 1 dwarf to return, otherwise you just get nothing back. Because plenty of those dwarves returned. Pour one out for those hot goblins. Check, can I get a round of beers for all the dwarves that perished? It was vengeance for me setting the gobs on fire. Pour one out. But now we get to see if Zulban and Poobert can bring it back. Although when they return again, I have to rebuild these squads. At least I still have this one, who I should probably just get training, actually. It's my Marksdorf squad. I don't really have a direct goal. I mean, I've kind of completed all that. I'm just trying to make beasts fight in the arena at this point. And also trying to defeat these goblins. This is becoming a bit of just a larger scope general battle fort. Which sometimes you need that, you know? This fort's actually kind of similar-ish to Gortusk when I kind of set out with a goal and then like just kind of didn't forego it, but just kind of stopped caring at a point. That's enough trading. Yeah, dragons are cage trappable. So are bronze colossi. And rocks. Nothing on that in that area has changed in a long time. So this will help keep the... What's it called? The level of the moat even, so it won't overflow. I'm also going to go along the back here and fortify these. Maybe not these corners just for aesthetics. So when this fills up, it'll flow into here. And then I will make it so that it flows off the map on this side. They are not breedable, believe it or not. Shaku. So no. I've actually never managed to make, like, intelligent mega beasts breed. Like, I've had multiple cyclopses and giants before, which in theory should be able to marry, quote-unquote, and breed, but they've never made babies under my watch, which is always a little bit disappointing. Well, I guess somebody should mod that in then. In regards to Baby Bronze Colossus. Although it wouldn't be much of a Bronze Colossus. It would just be like a Bronze Dude or Bronze Lady at that point. Because it would be smaller, right? Let's go along the top here. All right. Yeah, you're just imagining the horror of a baby that's the size of a person. There's like a million movies about that. Forgotten Beast Esru Bosorbra has come, a giant blob composed of steam. Great, I'm just gonna ignore that one. Okay, they returned. Let's see how this went. Yeah, no, that fight just snowballed so horribly. Undetected. There you go. They searched the place. They freed a dwarf, Cyril, the obscure rock of complexity from Rana's Menaced, the allied seduction of the whimsical immortality. Okay, so they freed one of our dwarves and stole livestock. So they did that successfully. Let's send them back out. We actually got a bunch back. We got a bunch back. Look at all this. A whole squad back, in fact. Jack, can I get a round of beers for a successful freeing of our prisoners? Also, did we get Neezer back? Yes, we did. Would you look at that? This kid's got the look of a dwarf who's seen some shit. When all other bonds wither, friendship will remain. Welcome back, kiddo. Welcome back. Anything composed of gas dies by walking? Yeah. Although I do maintain that maybe the best thing that I saw of something dying was that Forgotten Beast earlier today that died because it inhaled its own toxic fumes that paralyzed it and made it and stunned it. And then that happened to it plus the Forgotten Beast it was actively fighting with. There's something about that that's just genuinely amazing as far as I'm concerned. We'll leave that one running. And then over here, we can get that chunk done. Were they butcherable? No. No, they were not. Well, actually, I presume not, because I don't know, actually, is the real answer, because I haven't gone down into the caverns, actually, since all that nonsense happened. IR Stupid, thank you very much for the 58th month. I don't deserve the amount of support you give me. Like, you've done so much. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for that massive resub? But, yeah, no, we should absolutely celebrate those dwarves' return. Speaking of celebrating the return, how much livestock did you steal? Two cave dragons and 2 beak dogs. I think, like, this thing should take priority. We should get this construction done. But once this construction is done, and some migrants have arrived, look at that. We should celebrate the return.
Stupid cheered. X 123.
Thanks for the $1.23 penny. Appreciate you, mate. Means a lot. Like, seriously, means a lot, man. Speaking of reasons to celebrate, my most recent big video has slowed down a lot on the views. But within the next 48 hours, we'll probably hit 100,000 views. It's at 95,000 right now, so that's cool. Big number, feel good. Oh, trust me, we have tons of cave dragons, man. We've got like 20 of them or something. Just zippity-doo-dying around. Zippiting around and doing the things that dwarfs do. Got all these wheelbarrows zipping all this stuff out of here. Finishing up with all of this up here. Once all of that is done, well, let's get all that dug down. How you doing, Letteran? Good day. I think I'll just smooth that outside wall. Right now the priority is just get these boulders out of here. And fortify this back here. Also, I need to make sure they are actually brewing drinks, which right now I have all those paused. You're going to see the results of the next raid. I'm hopeful this will function, as I'm anticipating it will. Pretty convinced it'll work just fine. We just have this area over here that we need to work on next, and that's pretty much it. I did span multiple elevations. Did I click in the wrong place? There you go. Come on, game, please. Oops, that's not a floor. That's a wall. I could also test this out to see if I can, to see how efficiently it works. Getting your ass kicked in Deep Rock Galactic Survivors? Funds, I suppose. You know, I'm not a huge fan of Survivors types games. I find them to be a bit monotonous and samey. That being said, like whatever Omega Force or whatever the name of that developer is, who makes the Warriors games, made a Dynasty Warriors Survivors game, which makes perfect sense. It's like $30 or something. It's maybe a bit too expensive for one of those, but it makes perfect sense. I think there's a lot of old school IP and traditional like AAA games that could be made into that type of game and absolutely suit it. Snuck in undetected again. We freed Bear Hunter and got more livestock, so Bear Hunter's back. Who I'm going to... Looks like we got more than just Bear Hunter back once again. See, there's Bear Hunter up there at the top. Same with Kosoth. Pretty sure all of these dwarves were actually in this squad. You love to see it. You absolutely do. Hold on, I just need to double check something. I think I may have added somebody who's not supposed to be in a squad into a squad. Nope. We're good. You fucking hate Dynasty Warriors? I don't care for Dynasty Warriors, but I do really like Earth Defense Force, so I don't think I can be trusted to say that I don't like... I enjoy Earth Defense Force, which is the same thing, just with giant bugs and machine guns and anime waifus instead of, like, fucking historically questionable accuracy, historically questionable historic characters. You know? I'm not going to say I love EDF, but whenever, not the newest EDF is out, but whenever 2 more EDF games have released since the most recent one that I don't own yet releases, and it's like $5, I buy it and have a great, like, 10 hours or something, like, just mindlessly blasting. And then, you know, kind of forget about it after that. That's about how my relationship with EDF works, is I wait until, like, the most recent one that I played a bunch of was 4.1. I think 7 is releasing soon? Or are they on to 8 now? Something like that. And honestly, there's probably a world where Dynasty Warriors would operate in the exact same, like, kind of vibe for me. I've just never really gotten into it. Uh-oh. Definitely put that where it's not supposed to be. Oops. Oh well. Can fix. Yet you're playing Deep Rock Galactic Survivors, which is the exact same thing, but top-down. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a different strokes for different folks kind of thing. Oops, did they already return again? Oh no, I need to send them out again. I thought I did that already. Oh, Ranis Menace must be invading somewhere. You can tell that they're invading somewhere when their population drops down to only 3,000. Thanks for gifting a sub to Wretched Television. Or stupid. Appreciate you. Finally time to catch the stream. Good to have you, man. Finally time to get gifted a sub immediately by a sniper with deadly accurate aim. Appreciate you. By the way, I two things. One, for those of you who care, hype trains are like got a new what's it called? Set of emotes. So there's new hype train emotes. The second thing is I made hype trains cheaper on this channel. So it only takes 3 people to start one now instead of 4. I might put that one back up. We'll see. I need to do more testing. And I made the levels 1 level lower. So they cost less to level up now.
Stupid cheered. X 276.
Thanks for the $2.76. The fun numbers. Yeah, the most recent video, Booze Dog. I haven't uploaded anything since.
Letter and cheered. X 420.
Although if the YouTube views apocalypse thing that recently happened, which apparently was caused by ad blocks, which I think is kind of weird, which really makes me question just how much data YouTube is gleaning from people just to count views. Anyway, aside from that, I kind of wonder if it would have done better had that not happened recently. That's actually something that's going to bug me probably forever now. Because, like, I now just can't not think about, like, well, what if that video had come out 3 weeks earlier before that had happened? But oh well. I will never know. Welcome back again. Fort is still okay, I think. Lennox? Been playing a lot of adventure mode recently, or thinking about trying your hand at modding because you'd like to make the dungeons better? You know, honestly, if you want better dungeons in adventure mode, I think at the moment, I don't know how much you can, I genuinely don't know how much you can do with like changing how the world gen stuff currently works. But if you want better dungeons, go on to the Dwarf Fortress file depot and go download other people's worlds that they've played a bunch of forts in. Or like go ask somebody on the Discord for a world with a whole bunch of forts in it, because that's how you that's how you get interesting things to explore in adventure mode, is you explore worlds that have been populated for a while. And Alf 2001, hello. It's good to see you. Welcome back, Thorn. It's been a long time, by the way. I haven't seen you around. I know that you said that you moved twice and things have been busy, but we're finally getting to that time of year where people are finally tuning in again if at the end of summer, or at least a lot of people who can't watch during summer because summer's busy, and people are tuning in again and going, oh, hey, it's been a long time. And I'm like, hi, it's good to see you too. It's kind of nice. All right, let's go up. All the way along. And up and all the way along. Oh, no. Well, gotta wait for those to be done. Also waiting for these to be done. These bridges are going to actually take forever to construct, now that I think about it. With the job the past year and a half, as well as outdoors. Yeah, no, that makes sense. 2.5 years? Oh, jeez. It's a bit. Actually, now I'm just curious. Sorry, I'm gonna go stalk your chat logs. I want to know how long of a break it was between you typing in my chat. Okay, so you tuned in 9/18/2025. That's today, right? 9/16/2025. A few days ago, you typed in one thing, and you said put some soap in your eyes. I don't think I saw that. So, and before that was 6/28/2023. Jesus. And the last thing you said was hopefully I hopefully can upgrade to paid sub at some point soonish. And then before that was December 2022. Holy shit, man. Wow, it has been a while. So it was like December 22 to halfway through 2023. So 6-month gap. And then you were here a ton in December 2022. And then before that was 2020. Yeah, no kidding. Soonish. Yeah, no. Fuck it, man. I just think that's kind of funny. It's a sentiment I appreciate. You used to lurk every day almost, to be fair. Yeah, no, I know that. Those are just the times that you spoke. My bot has more detailed data, but I don't like digging through it. That requires a lot of control effing. It's just nice to see people tune in. That's all. And also have time to chat. Because, like, this is something that's happened to me a couple times recently where I've had somebody who's been subscribed for forever or something tune in and mention something in chat. I'm like, holy shit, long time. And they're like, what do you mean? I watch your YouTube videos every day. And it's like, okay, sure, but like, to me, it's been a long time, all right? Walls of Color have returned again. Okay, yeah, now we're just stealing livestock, so I guess we've made it through. More beak dogs and more cave dragons, more beak dogs, more cave dragons. The problem is now I've lost a lot of my gear, so a lot of my dwarves are now very under-geared. So they have to go equip it. How do you lose gear? They all got kidnapped. So they all got imprisoned at a goblin location. 5 dwarves died, and then the rest all got imprisoned. Something has collapsed on the surface? Oh no. Dwarf went splat down here. It's fine. It's fine. And already is standing up. Okay, good. Whew. Vincent over here is sleeping on the rock. Good on you, Vincent. Let's set these dwarves over to constant training. Word. I mean, parasocial relationships are weird because you know a lot more about me, but also it's much easier for you to disappear than it is for me to disappear. Like, I have to be here, whereas, like, people who watch the stream just passively don't actually have to tune in to the stream. They could just watch VODs. They could just lurk. They can just not say anything. And as far as I know, you're dead and gone. Haven't seen you in ages. So, you know, it's just nice when people chat. Every now and again, like, I'll have somebody on my Patreon who has been, like, around for a really long time, and I'll be like, should I ask if they're still alive? Because I did actually have that happen once. I had somebody who passed away, who I was aware of had passed away, and then realized, like, a year later that their credit card was still getting charges, and I went and asked, like, somebody who I knew who's related to that person, and was like, hey, are you aware of this? And the response was basically, yep. I wanted to leave it as a legacy. I'm like, that? Okay. I still kind of feel bad, to be honest. Kinda is, yeah. Kinda is. Without going into too much revealing detail, it was one of the parents of one of my mods. Alright, let's do that. You can't get your king to drink alcohol or eat a good meal or even pray, even though they're orange. He doesn't have a job and he does an individual combat drill and he's set to no orders. Well, if the squad is set to train in the barracks, they will still do individual combat drills even if they're set to no orders. Like if they're on any sort, if they are actively on duty, which includes no orders, they will occasionally, assuming the squad is still set to train there, they will occasionally go there and train while it's no orders. They have no orders, but they're allowed to do whatever they want. And if they want to train, they'll go train. So I would take him off that and make sure that he's not in a burrow. Where it's an elephant person who uses no armor and weapons, and they just grapple and throw the smaller person throw a smaller person. You can't pick up a person and throw them, but you could throw you can throw vermin. So if you had a pet hamster, you could throw your pet hamster, as an example, or like a bird or something. But I'd feel bad for the poor bird or hamster. I've done stuff like that. I kind of wish you could throw your friends. That would be a really fun ability. Or like, you know, carry your friends. Because that would be really useful if they were like, you know, dying of like critical wounds or something. Which right now you can't do, which I've genuinely find to be kind of vexing. Upsies. So these two are done. These two are getting done. So true story about vermin in Dwarf Fortress. They're literally unkillable. It wouldn't go splat. They are unkillable. They are immortal monsters, basically. So a hamster would not go splat if you did that. Oh shit, I didn't check what type of mechanisms I was using. They probably didn't throw them. Well, okay, you can grapple and throw them, but you can't throw a thing as a projectile, if that makes sense. So, like, you have to attack them to throw them, which makes them hostile to you. So if you're talking about throwing, like, a friendly character, if you grapple them, that is considered attacking, and then they will fight back. And so you've just lost your companion. If that makes any sense. Babies are technically mounted on their mothers. They're using their mother as a mount. So no, they're not technically carrying them. Don't worry about rats. They are irrelevant. Just produce more food than the rats can eat. And if the rats are eating your food, you're just not making enough food. Just make more food. Don't cats also eat rats? So, I have a theory. Wretched Television. Cats make rats appear so that they can kill them. So they're going to be there regardless. The only difference is if you have cats, you also need to clean up dead rats. Because if you actually look at like the populations of vermin, a map in Dwarf Fortress has thousands of rats. Maybe not hundreds of thousands. Thousands of rats. So you could have 50 cats. But the 50 cats are going to cause you more of a pain in the ass than the rats will. Basically, like, there was a point in Dwarf Fortress where the game was very different. This point was when the game was still 2D, and there was a lot of these mechanics. Things like vermin eating your food, farming being more difficult, burying the dead. And a lot of these mechanics were pretty different at the time, and the result is people still compensate for these mechanics, which, you know, is fair, right? Because if you're compensating for those mechanics, you're making sure that, like, negative side effects aren't happening. However, a lot of these mechanics have either been completely ignored by the development, so they're no longer a concern because they were designed for a different game, or they've been nerfed into oblivion. And there's a lot of stuff like that. Another one is noise. As an example, there was a good year plus where in Dwarf Fortress, if you put workshops too close to dwarves that were sleeping, they would get annoyed at the loud noise and have a hard time sleeping. There's another thing that would happen, which is wild animals would become aware of you and attack you if they were hostile, if they would hear noise. This is actually partially how the like Untamed Wilds. Why are you naked? I'm just gonna actually grab all these dwarves and just tell them to re-up their gear. Please and thank you. If you tell, what's the word? Like, so, and the reason they have, like, more or less completely disabled and unexisted the mechanic of noise, even though it's still in the wiki and it's still technically there, is because the caverns, according to Putnam, would be completely unplayable if you were to re-enable it. Because you would get attacked by so many things, so many forgotten beasts, and so many monsters from the caverns that you literally would never be able to go down into them. And at this point, as far as I'm concerned, there's a bunch of mechanics like that you see players who've been playing the game for a long time warning new players about. And I honestly think that most of them are kind of irrelevant. And cats eating vermin and vermin eating your food is one of them. Where I'm pretty convinced that is just irrelevant. But there are still some things that produce noise. If a dwarf is sleeping and a dwarf mines right next to them, that dwarf won't sleep very well and they'll get annoyed having been woken up in their sleep by loud sounds. So, like, another thing about vermin, there's worms and snails and other random vermin everywhere, right? If you have pigs or birds, those vermin just appear next to them. Because they're constantly using the skill search. In adventure mode, you can search for small animals, and you can pick them up and throw them. Or just put them in your backpack and keep them as a pet. If you're searching for small animals, they appear around you. And the reason pigs do this is they use them as food. I'm pretty convinced that pigs just cause vermin to appear around them. I'd be willing to bet the game is kind of cheating in that way. So if you have pigs and cats, then the cats go and kill those vermin. But if you don't have pigs, they won't kill those vermin. Even though they kill vermin. So I think cats just make rats appear. I'd be willing to bet that. Yeah, I said chickens. So yeah, like birds, turkeys, all that. Because that's what they eat. They eat those. Also, we got an artifact mug. Chat, and now's a good time for you to participate in appeasing the mug goblin by typing an exclamation point merch in the Twitch chat and buying yourself a mug. Or in the YouTube chat, you can probably find a link in the description. Anyways, Zuntir has created Rinmol. a lemonite mug and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. Good mug. This is a very expensive mug. All craft store ship is... Actually, I'm going to go down. To there. We'll put it over here. I lost too many steel breastplates. Just waiting for this to be delivered. How is our multitude of dwarves today? A bunch of dwarves got imprisoned at a goblin dark fortress, and I freed them. I've burned a lot of goblins and set a lot of zombies on fire, and doing some pretty big constructions. That's how today's been. And we just made an artifact mug. And this artifact mug, all craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval lemonite cabochons and encircled with bands of pear-cut brown zircons and steel. This object is adorned with hanging rings of hornblende and menaces with spikes of cassiterite and dog bone. On the item is an image of a citron tree in turkey leather. On the item is an image of Ushat Dimple Bridge, the dwarf, and dwarves in amber opal. Ushat Dimple Bridge is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ushat Dimple Bridge to the position of Queen of the Strategic Boots of 231. Nice. Glorious. I'm just going to throw all of the peasants into this squad and just get them all training. Yeah, I also need more Greaves. So let's do 20 steel Greaves as well. Actually, no, fuck it. Let's just do 30 of everything. Because they lose all of their gear, right? When they get captured and then released. And it takes a while to reclaim all of this stuff. And let's do steel short sword. And let's, pig iron. Steel bars. $60. $60. And you just smelt lemonite. And have one dwarf guarded for several hundred years near a big fancy coffin? We all chat in WeChat? Is that where we're going with this? You chat, we chat, we all chat, and WeChat? Anyway. I don't know why I'm throwing shade at WeChat, but could certainly do better. Let's melt all this stuff as well. At least now they have pants. So it's kind of an improvement. And got noise. Lol. It's listening. I tell you. It's listening. It knows. Probably. Look at all of these masterwork greaves we're getting. Lovely, lovely, lovely. You. Just gonna throw an unrelated dwarf to be leader of this one. You're probably running around picking up everything you can. That you are, dwarf. Pause game. Your king is also the mayor, and sadly he goes straight from the lever to conducting a meeting each time. Such a busy dwarf. Sounds like what you need is you need other mid-tier nobles, so that he doesn't have to have as many meetings. As an example, like some religions, if they form and demand a temple, you could assign a priest, and then those dwarves will help ease the pressure on the mayor up by having more mid-tier nobles for dwarves to complain at. Did they clean up all of those boulders down here? Nope. Oh, I see why. Because this is not the one... Yeah, this is not the one that has the gapper on it. I need to expand the other one. You, right here. My bad. Get back to work, dwarves. Go put everything away. At least I still have this dwarf. Who's truly seen some shit. Also, Stonga Nutswander. It's a funny name. Funny name. Now I wonder, did they actually go take over something? Rawness Menace. It says that they still only have 3,000 population. Which I find kind of hard to believe. It's like there are breastplates on there. Why are you not equipping the breastplate? And you have one. Oh, it's the dresses are the issues. Right. Let's just queue up silk dress. Just make 150. Everybody gets a dress. These dwarves can all feel pretty. Yeah, I very rarely go on the wiki these days, oddly enough, unless like something new has just released, like when the dyeing stuff all released. I definitely had to dive in there and look at that and kind of examine the wiki and watch it as it was being updated, especially. But yeah, I don't actually go on the wiki all that often these days. Which means, like, if I'm, like, behind on some knowledge, I can very much, at this point, not be aware that something hasn't been updated yet. Make rock mechanism. I need this to be specifically a different material. And also, I need way more of them, so let's actually just turn up that number and go to here. Just unpause a bunch of jobs. So chat room, what are you guys up to this weekend? Let's try and keep that chat moving. Last weekend, I didn't do much work related. This weekend, I hope to get back to it and get all that stuff moving again. Try and get another project into the works. Not another huge video, but I've got something I've wanted to do for a while that I'm going to try and get to or get started on this weekend. That's me currently. Rest? You're quite tired this week? Yeah, I should go to bed earlier. Honestly, I should go to bed earlier. You're going to be visiting your parents. You're going to be visiting your hometown to see your parents this weekend. Oh, that sounds fun. And seeing your niece play baseball? Yeah. I did a lot of family visiting back in August and won't be doing that again for a little bit. Placing mulberries before your dogs get them? Gotcha. Picking mulberries before your dogs get them. More yard work, more inside painting and sanding. There's some stuff that I've really wanted to work on in this apartment since moving in and make like nicer and I think more up to date isn't a word that I would use, but like just fix a few things, and it's all been put on hold because of the change in my tax schedule, which is fine, but it's a little bit annoying, to be honest. Let's just go pillage this location. Gonna get these dwarves training again. At least everybody seems to be kind of armored up now. Or at least are more armored. These ones not so much. It looks like I'm just hallucinating chat members. Yeah, I don't really have a better way of doing that, because like the one unfortunate thing about being able to stream on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously is Twitch does still have the restriction of they can't moderate what's said in the YouTube chat, so as a precaution, you're not allowed to have both chats shown on screen. I know some channels do, but like I'm not willing to test it, you know? Like if they do decide to start enforcing that, I'm just not gonna risk that. Similarly, like now, more recently, they changed the front page stuff where you can, like, if you're a Twitch partner, you can apply for time on front page, but there's an asterisk. You're not allowed to simulcast. You're not allowed to stream to multiple platforms at a time, which I do think is still worth it. And I guess that's fair. Like, they don't want people talking at the YouTube chat at TikTok or whatever while they're on the front page of Twitch. I kind of get that from like a corporate perspective, but it still kind of sucks. I do try and like read out the questions a little bit, but some of your favorite weekends are empty. That's what I did this past weekend. Was I did literally nothing work related for the entire day, and it was for the entire weekend. I did nothing work related. You want to rest, but another. That's the most King the Space Disco Fox thing to ever say in my chat. I've got another furry con lined up this week. Sorry, that's just really funny. Very on brand, shall we say. I don't know if King was here when I talked about this, but months ago, I was like a little more than that, like almost a year ago now, probably. I was helping my little sister move, and I was in one of the 3 vehicles that we were driving from location A to where they were moving to. And because it was my little sister, her now husband, and then my now sister-in-law, because they're all roommates. And while they were moving, we drove past this hotel that's close to where I used to live, and there was a bunch of people in fursuits outside. I attached you to 2 levers? Oh, shit. Well, gotta... Hold on. Just gotta focus on this real quick so I don't fuck this one up. Is that this one? No, it's the vomit critter one. Ah, boy. Anyway, we drove past a furry convention. And I had to explain to my little sister and her friend what a furry convention was. It was one of the strangest conversations I've ever had with one of my relatives, so... Just made me think of... King. When I was driving past that, I was like, well, that's something. Alright, where was I going here? See, dog's coming back. Successful raids, I gather. Right, let's not fuck up the lever that I'm connecting. Oh, no. Okay, how about you? You are connecting to the right one now. Good. Good. Okay, so you need to be reconnected to this. Connected to this. Connected to this. Connected to that. Connected to that. Connected to that. Was explaining to your mom that she needs to stop commenting on people's upside down pineapples on their doors on a cruise. Oh, that's funny. Sometimes when it comes to stuff like that, I genuinely wonder if it's they know and they're just trying to make their kid awkward, though. Because I know that if I was a parent, I would 100% be that parent, where I'd just play dumb just to make the kid awkward. She def didn't know. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, man. I don't know. That was a couple of patches ago. If you don't have Colored Forgotten Beasts, you have to generate a new world. Like, that's how you get them. Okay. So. We now finish linking all this stuff to trigger. I'm also just going to go up to here and just unforbid all this. It means there's people fucking in the room on the cruise ship. That's what it means. It means you've located a wild orgy. Your niece hates it when you say her name incorrectly. Well, then you shouldn't say her name incorrectly. Same diff. Like, how do I put this? Can't have one without the other? I guess? Devilish? You can't help to do it from time to time. Yeah, as long as it's in good fun, then yeah, go nuts. It's like sometimes my sisters still call me the nicknames they used to call me when I was a small child and they were like younger than me or older. You know, it's part of life. Although my little sister gets like aggressively angry if you say her name wrong, but I'm not gonna say what it is because I don't want to say what my little sister's name is. That is not my place to say. How's the gear coming along? Still pretty terrible. Let's do better. All right, we're not going to get into specificities of kinks. Orange? But if you're just a voyeur and you like to watch, that's still taking part in an orgy. Okay? Sorry. I'm not going to do this conversation today. But yes, that is the same thing. If you're there, you're participating. Jesus Christ, people. I'm about to get blasted by a death ray of sunlight, so. What a strange moment to walk back in. Never been a better time.
No.
What?
No.
I did nothing wrong.
No.
Blame Orange.
No.
It's great to see the fort in a more complete state. It's pretty bigums now, eh? Like, honestly, this fort has, like, accelerated kind of wildly. Like, it is a very large fort now. Very large fort. I mean, look, we've got Logan Diebustin, who's got 95 kills. How many does Pilot have? 91? With 15 of them being notable. The Killer of Orbit. 17 notable kills and 120 others. Good lordy, Dwarfy. How much does Sergeant Donut have? 86 other kills? I'll have to 86 all of them. Including Forgotten Beasts. And 15 of them are notable. Okay, then I'll blame Grapefruit. What do you want? If I can't blame Orange, I gotta blame something. Still linking mechanisms to trigger. It's such a slow process. I do actually wonder how that last pillage went. This was the pillage with all the newbie dwarfs. Just seized treasure and livestock. Oh boy. What did we get? What's this treasure we got? 3 pigs, a water buffalo, and a dog. Great. Speaking of. They apparently still only have 3,000 goblins left because most of them have gone to sense nets. Oh. That's one of my dwarves. Fucking pile drive them into the ground. Get them, boys. Well, actually, maybe not the captain of the guard. Literally just sending the entire army off map to just go murk that location because one of my dwarves is imprisoned there. I was like, just kind of wondering where that one went because I figured he wasn't dead, but go get him, guys. He'll do just fine. Now would be a bad time for me to get attacked, hey? That'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Just one individual, more dog. And then we also have a wannabe dog. So speaking of dogs, there's a bar that's close to me that has a pet-friendly section. And I was in there relatively recently, and it was pretty late in the evening, so it was kind of dark. And I saw a very strange-looking dog walk by, and I didn't think much of it. And then I saw it a second time, and very quickly realized that's not a dog, that's a potbelly pig. So we got dogs and funny dogs. Potbelly pig didn't seem to be bothered by the dogs at all. It was just chilling. Seemed to think he was a dog. Probably best boy, even. Dogs and slightly stinkier dogs. You know, honestly, if it's house trained, I don't think it would be stinky, right? Like, potbelly pig, like, pigs only smell bad because of, like, where they're kept. But, like, you know, as long as you wash the thick motherfucker and, like, you know, give him baths occasionally and house train him. I feel like it kind of has to be fine, right? Oh my god, there's so many of these left. All right. Once all this is done and the lever's been pulled, we can pull the bottom of it up. There is a waterfall, yeah, right here. It's this mist generator. It's the thing that's, like, recovered my moods. Because they were getting pretty bad. We have one that doesn't freeze? Yeah, no, I put it deep enough in the mountain that it'll be fine. They need to be like 3 or 4 layers below ground for them to not freeze, but... Although I've managed to make, like, mist generators and stuff that don't freeze by putting lava on top of it in areas where they would freeze. Like, just have, like, little... Kind of like those little fun pockets where, like, there's just little, like, lava in a square of 4 blocks. Or, yeah. Those little... You know what I mean. The things with gems in them. 3 by 3 blocks that sometimes have a tile of lava. If you have, like, that much lava above a mist generator, that's usually enough to, like, stop it from thawing. Or freezing, rather. You had clothes rot off your body? Excuse me? Well, we've clearly fixed that problem because what year did that happen? Must have happened a while ago. Wearing old clothing in 307. Wearing old clothing in 308. Uh-oh. I'm sensing a pattern. Experiencing trauma. In 310. When did the clothing rot off your body? Unable to pray, unable to pray. Irritated after having clothing rot off his body. You had clothing rot off your body this year? Well, that's upsetting. I'm sorry there, Dwarf. I'm sorry that happened to you. Hold on. Engraved is a this guy rendition of Glittero's creation, a superiorly designed image of a devil. It's my symbol. It's just funny that it says it's a this guy rendition. This guy's rendition. All right, Squads is back. How did this go? Or pillaging of Whiprack. Or attempting to destroy it. We did destroy it. Wow. The strategic brutes attacked the awe-inspiring canyons. Poobert led the attack. And unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. The Granite Blades, led by the dwarf Bear Hunter, clashed with 5 dwarves in Whiprack, slaying them. The forces of the Mountain of Dyes searched the place and found nothing. Are you for real? They destroyed the place. They fled. Are you telling me that I didn't get my dwarf back? Well, that sucks. Although, hold up. It is possible that they made it back. Steam would be hard to do. But steam, one tile next to lava will evaporate, so there's maybe some way that you could do that. Let's just see how many of these we can just get. We can just raise. Let's just try and raise you. Raise you. Raise you. And then the copper bends will send out... Oh, never mind. I won't send out the copper bends. There's only 2 dwarves in the copper bends. It's a shame. I wonder how many missing dwarves we still have. Last known to be traveling. We're into early spring. Ooh, that may have been a bad thing that I just sent all those dwarves out. We may get attacked. But if we do, hopefully they properly siege us. Actually, I hope we get attacked, because if we get attacked, then I can burn them. Can test out the thing. Give it another test run. Also, thank you very much to everybody who tuned in today on YouTube. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you haven't, because likes really do make the YouTube machine go burr. I wonder when the next video I have will break containment. For those of you who don't know what that means, that's when like a YouTube video gets abnormally higher views than you're used to, or than your channel normally gets. It's like the bigger videos often sort of break containment, but I've only ever really had one do that, and that was the most viewed video I made, which is the worst map video. I've had some videos seem like they were going to break containment and then not. So I'm really curious when I will upload another video that breaks containment, because it's been a while. And you can really tell when a video is breaking containment because, like, it'll just be, like, you know, 20% of the views will be coming from suggestions on YouTube, and then it'll randomly spike to, like 95% of the views are coming from suggested. And that's only ever happened once. And it was on that video. Where just suddenly YouTube's like, let's just exponentially promote everything to do with this video. For, like, the next 10 days. Aha! Dorky Vile Forces is seeking a parlay. Chat room. Are they? Or are they? Nope. Okay. It broke. That's disappointing. Curse the small space, man. Curse the small space. Since I'm just trying to get all of this linking done, I'm just going to let the game run, even though we're in an ad break. I don't normally do this. You're back from eating and taking a shower? What was dinner? Not a vibin'. Just trying to get this construction done. That's been what we've been doing, Bob. A lot of vibin'. Lot of moving boulders, too. This dwarf's too slow because they're heavy armor. What happened? I had a siege arrive and then immediately leave, which is a bit of an annoyance, but there you go, turnpike. Chicken rice and leftover green beans. Oh, delicious. I made a ton of pickles recently, so I'm going to have to do something with pickles over the next week. So I'm going to have to maybe make some macaroni salad or something over the weekend. Although I did already open up one of the jars of pickled beets that I made, and they're pretty damn good. I do have to say so. When you were 4, you had an obsession with Batman? Well, that's funny. That's the most I was 4 years old, guys, thing. First 2 squads have returned. First one went... I think that's the first one that we've pillaged and destroyed. They brought back a lot of random livestock, though. Next is the dwarves raiding buried trade. Uh-oh. I think I'm actually losing some. That'd be unfortunate. Unless I didn't finish refilling that squad, which is also possible. Also, I gotta go to pets and livestock. Slaughter all these. Slaughter that. Slaughter that. Slaughter some more of the sheep as well while we're at it. I think tonight I'm just most likely gonna eat pasta. I've just been kind of on a pasta kick the last few days. There ain't nothing wrong with pasta. I also really like this song. Low-key, this is one of my favorite on the soundtrack at the moment. Okay. Only one more linking to be done. And then we can give this a second proper test run. Except this time we can test the drainage. I'm going to take a real quick break, chat. And use the washroom. Can I get a round of beers? If you're still listening to the stream. All right. Thanks to everybody who's still hanging out. Appreciate you guys. I really hope that this thing drains as fast as I want it to. See how the second one went. They rampaged throughout. Third one went. They actually got into a fight. Collided with a bunch of people. Yeah, nobody died, so that's good. They clashed with a single animated dwarf. And rampaged throughout the place. I don't think they destroyed any of those, though. Tisk. Must mean that we have to take over them. Who's pissed off? Stukos? Stukos! You have a very important job to go do. Stukos is going to go and... he's going to conquer and occupy this place. Buried trade. Good luck, Stukos. Wish Stukos some luck, if you will. So once this last mechanism is connected, then I can close all of the drainage holes. And we can give this thing a real, genuine first test. I'm also not seeing anywhere near as many wheelbarrows. There's still a few, but a lot of them have stopped, which means we're probably getting through a lot of the boulders, hopefully. Hopefully. Yep, looks like it. Let's just lower this down to 6 wheelbarrows. So wheelbarrows are going to start getting put away. Now it's just a singular task, which is pull the lever. And now I just hope that they actually hook them all up. Once all that's done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Excellent. Forgotten Beast is a great feathered cockroach. I hate it. It has a stubby horn and it squirms and fidgets. Its lilac feathers are fluffed out. Beware its spittle, which is deadly. Ooh, this is actually catchable. Because of where it is. Let's see if I can catch this sucker. Let's close this. Open this. There's a singular turkey up here. Where's the one that just came in? It's Neckhole. There you are. Let's see how interested in... Why did it have to be a giant cockroach? That's a good question. Oh, well, first it has to kill the vomit monster, or die to the vomit monster. So it just... Unfortunately, it wasn't strong enough to best the... I figured this thing would be dead by this point. A blob of vomit with wings, which has poison vapor. It killed it by pushing it, and it collapsed. So he squished it. I feel like we're watching a true story documentary about, like, some college dorm. Well done, Eshom. Well done. We'll just let it float across that real quick. Oh no, there's still plenty of these. I think it's time for the dwarves to go to the Thunderdome. I'm just going to forbid everything all the way across here. Just need these wall pieces done. Frat house is not a dorm. Dorm, frat house, either or. Isn't a frat house a house that's owned by people who are currently going to university or rented? That is just used as like a crash/party pad? As you can tell, I definitely went to second education and know exactly how all this shit works. I did not. Alright, this old vomit blobbit doesn't seem to care, so neither do I. However, I do care about this. So let's get this lever pulled. Nutters is a good way to put it. Which locks that. And this. So now let's heat this sucker up and see how these drains work. Oh, nah. There you go. All right, who's ready for the frame rate to go bye-bye? You know, I'll bet. I forbid these. That could help. Here it goes. Can I get a wall of lava, please? Please and thank you. Also, what's the difference, though? Truly. Fart house, frat house. So I'm just going to fill this sucker up all the way, I think. Which will take a little bit. But we'll let it fill up all the way. And then I will open this up and let it drain. Because then what'll happen is it'll fall down to, whoops, down to here and fill up my moat. And then eventually it'll spill up and over and into here. And then if it fills up enough, it'll drain off the end, but it probably won't even need to do that. I'm too old for this. Devilish. When I was younger, I was genuinely convinced that the term just meant group of assholes, so... yeah. I do maintain the too old for this part, though. Speaking of too old for this, I've been watching Jesse Cox for a really long time and listening to Cox and Crendor podcast, which is offshoot of the co-optional podcast, just gaming YouTubers that have been around for forever. But Jesse Cox recently he is also a producer of video games alongside of being a YouTuber and doing content stuff. And he has a bunch of employees that like edit his videos and also like, you know, work at the production house that he works for or that he runs. And one of his younger editors kept referencing things that he just had no idea what they were talking about. And so he made a YouTube channel called I'm Too Old for This. And it's literally just like elder millennial dude watches and commentates, and it's literally a React channel, to shit that's going viral amongst Zoomers and Gen Alpha. It's pretty good, actually. If you ever want sloppy content, it's definitely that. I do appreciate that it's self-aware about it, though. If I didn't make this 2Z levels tall, it would fill twice as fast. In fact, it'd probably be full already almost. It'd be like up to here if I didn't make it 2Z levels tall. But I think it looks way cooler to make it 2Z levels tall. Like, truly, I think it does. Let's fill up this fucking moat. We're also going to see if our seizing of buried trade is going to be successful. Still haven't fixed that fucking thing. So many dwarves just slowly moving around. Slowly moving around. I'm going to try and raise this location with these two squads. Sending out another attack while we're at it. This is actually going to take longer to fill now. Oh well. Looks great. Hell yeah. I got one of those, what's the current frames per second? I'm covering it, aren't I? It's 20 currently. 19. It's actually this pump stack that wrecks the frame rate. So while this pump stack is running and filling, I think it just probably... I don't think it's temperature, but... Oh, there we go. The Hillocks of Buried Trade, far to the east, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. We did it. Got another one. Excellent. Who's upset now? Still Stukos? I thought I added... Maybe it's a different Stukos. Anyway, we're going to send you out to go grab another one. Let's go grab... Paint Glaze. Conquer and Occupy. Go get it. No, I did not send the wrong squad. Otherwise, I would have an empty squad. I must have just added the wrong dwarf to the squad. Must just be the wrong Stukos, that, or I just happen to have another stressed out Stukos. One of the... I'd have to go look at the VOD to know for sure, to be honest. It's a little over halfway full now. I personally still just roll with the headcanon / theory that everything in Dwarf Fortress is just like Paper Mario, where they're all just flat. So, yeah, I guess you could have Quantum Stukos, right? Because you just need to stack up enough of them. You just need them all to stand in the same spot. Speaking of Stukos here, is going to go and take over a location for themselves. Wish them luck if you can. Another forgotten beast named Isama bin... Awavulashoneth. An enormous feathered tortoise. It has wings, and it has a bloated body. Its aqua feathers are downy. Beware its deadly blood. It's got a shell on its butt. Well, good luck there, flapping turtle. May you flap away successfully. Everything that you do in a chat is considered engagement, Booze Dog. So I presume so. I don't actually know. Believe it or not, YouTube doesn't tell us like anything, which is why like I believe like maybe 10% of what YouTube actually tells us on the creator side of things. Because Because the only information YouTube gives creators is the most basic nonsense, kind of borderline eye roll bullshit responses. To the point where they give me trust issues. Like, I'm not a paranoid, like, untrusting person. However, YouTube makes me a paranoid, untrusting person. Because YouTube and a lot of these other platforms just feel like they're bullshitting most of the time. Paint glaze has been conquered. We sent the right dwarf this time. How about I let you smooth some stuff? Who else is pissed off? Metroid's pissed off. I smell the planters. Yeah, we'll send you out. Oh, never mind. Gotta wait for squads to return. But let's see how those last 2 sieges went. That's 1. And that's 2. Hey, chat. Do me a huge favor. Let's try and keep this chat moving. There's been multiple times where it's been close to 10 minutes without anything really being said. It's actually the Twitch chat that I want to stay active. The YouTube chat is mostly just marketing for the existence of the Twitch chat. I know that some people prefer the YouTube stream, but like, from my perspective, the Twitch stream is significantly more useful if it's active, so. It's generally what I'm looking for, more than anything. So just help me keep that chat moving. If possible. You're lazy and you just want to have me up on the second monitor while you play DF? That's cool. But I want to pay my bills and have a job and be able to do this for a long time. I mean, I don't need everybody to chat. But, you know, if we could just have, like, a couple people talking, that makes my life a lot easier. Churros form a bagel. Are churros a form of bagel? No, they're a donut. It's a different kind of batter. You could probably make a bagel churro, but that would probably just be a breadstick. But no, churros use donut batter. You don't know the history of this build? Originally, it was supposed to just be a giant arena where I make things fight, and then I realized that the nice dwarven faction right next door to me was completely run by necromancers. So now it's just War Fort. That's also supposed to be that. A dwarf on leisure time, please. On leisure time. Nope, that's some otters. There you go. This one's listening to poetry. Rolf. That's a horse. We need to eat that. Rolf is actively avoiding exciting or stressful situations, is very ambitious, always is looking for a better way to improve his situation. He is cheerful and not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and is very humble and could be considered rude. I don't know if it makes chat move. It makes chat move, and that's a valuable thing to me, Loomis Stormpaw. He could be considered rude. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a calm demeanor, and he likes to brawl. He prefers to present himself modestly and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about much anymore. He personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes sylvite and nickel silver and red spinel and toad leather, as well as the color crimson, battle axes, shields and cages, and ballista arrows, and the words of the early dress and the sound of the flowery lutes, and when the sight of the festive saffron, and when possible, he prefers to consume giant damselfly and cave lobster, as well as whip wine and string beans, and Hates leeches. I like string beans. He has no friends. That's a shame. And is a member of the Diamond denomination, the God of Wealth. Hasn't been here that long, I presume. Nope, literally just got here. But is alarmed after seeing a goblin's dead body. I would be too. Have I ever thought about trying out for auctioneer? No, that would require me getting a real job, and I'm good. Hard pass on the real job, to be honest. And also, I can't actually... I mean, I can talk that fast, but I basically have to have the thing memorized. The only reason I can read the descriptions as fast as I do is because I've been reading them for so long, I know what all the wordings are already. So all I actually need to do is read the first 2 words of a sentence, and I know what the rest of it's going to be. Otherwise, I cannot read that fast. It's just I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for thousands of hours at this point. Like there's some that change, and every now and again I'll read one and I'll just read it completely wrong, and then I'll like stop halfway through and then start again because I'll realize when my eyes catch up to what I'm reading that I've read the wrong one. Like Like, I often misread the martial prowess one. But he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. Sometimes I will just, like, apparate that line into existence when it's not there. You know, like a larger language model would. Quote-unquote, make shit up. We should try making shit down sometimes. So I could hear your argument on a drink being a soup if it contains other objects that are edible. So I could hear your argument on something like bubble tea being a drinkable soup. But if it's just one item that's clear, made out of one ingredient, I wouldn't call that a soup. Sure, I mean, a smoothie could be a blended cold soup. Just not the sort of thing I would normally put in a soup. Because, like, a lot of potato soups are a blended soup. Another one of my dwarves was elected to a religious position. Probably because they killed the previous holder of it. No, that one I disagree with you on, Necrontier. You're grasping at straws there. I have to inform you that you are mistaken there. Because by that logic, then bottled water would be 2, or any water with any kind of chlorine in it, because there's chemical combinations there. I would say it's a solution, but I wouldn't call it a soup. Shush with your logic, Thorn. How dare you? No, because a ravioli is a dumpling. Incorrect. That's a ravioli is a form of dumpling. Like, if you want to tell me that a ravioli is a pierogi, then sure. But dumplings predate sandwiches. So if we're talking about, like, the origins of different food styles, clearly a ravioli is a dumpling. You come back and it's almost full? It's getting there. I do have to wait for the frame rate to get back up to full before I can open the sides, though. So I want to get as much lava out at the same time as possible. What, that ravioli is a dumpling? Stone or something else? I presume something else of more value than the nonsense chat spewing. All the ravioli they sell here is cheap and bad. It's pretty hard to get, well, you want to know the best way to get good ravioli in like real talk for a second here? Simply make it at home. It's not hard. You just need flour and egg and then a stuffing and a roller and you can make a ravioli. Like same, like there used to be this little pierogi place I would go to, this little Polish restaurant. I'm just gonna wait for the ads to go through. And I wouldn't, for a while there, I didn't eat pierogi anywhere else. Like I would not buy pierogi. I would only ever go to that little Polish restaurant, either get takeout or frozen because they would just sell their pierogi, or I would make them at home. And I'm still that way. I just, unless I find another place that's as good as that place, I just won't eat the pierogi. There's one restaurant here that makes their own pierogi at home, although unfortunately they only use it on one of their breakfast dishes, which is what they call their Polish omelet, which they just put a bunch of pierogi in an omelet, and it's delicious. But I kind of wish they would just sell the pierogi separately because they used to like be open for lunch and dinner, or for dinner. Now they're just lunch and brunch, or breakfast and brunch, basically. So they don't have a pierogi dish separate anymore, and that makes me kind of sad. But I'll take an omelet with pierogi in it. That's delicious. Which is why it's flawed logic, Devilish Potato. My point has been set sound. You know what these conversations remind me of? They remind me of subreddit simulator. Did any of you guys ever see that subreddit? It was a subreddit that was entirely predictive text. This was like before like LLMs were prolific and ruining the world. You know, that's the true reality of this discussion. This entire discussion has no meaning. But, although I think like the stretching of the starch comments here is a little far even for these discussions. Normally it's like, oh, well, everything's a taco or whatever. But yeah. But anyway, yeah, this conversation reminds me of subreddit simulator because it's just circle jerking like discussions that lead to nowhere and mean nothing. That's literally all it means. It has about as much meaning as that time somebody asked the Google Podcast Gemini plugin to discuss the words poo poo pee pee in a Google Doc for 10 minutes. And it generated a podcast of two AI voices talking about poo poo pee pee and what could it mean for 10 minutes. What is the point of a discussion if you don't commit? Entertainment, in this case, I would say. Squads have returned and more migrants have arrived. How did our raising attempt of this location go? Kerplunk. Zulban Poobert led the attack. We immediately killed the goblin that led their side. I think you meant to say that's wonderful wonderfish, otherwise that sentence makes no sense. Struck down a goblin, struck down a goblin. Kind of hoping I'll find him like an overlord, but no luck so far. Game is based on the mechanic of delivery. Truck Simulator! You don't own any, and I think I'd like to own one, but what game? Truck Simulator! Chat, good delivery games, go. That aren't Truck Simulator. I already owned that one. We looted treasure and rampaged throughout the location. Nice, nice. Treasure. And more migrants arrive. Look at this. What is that, totally, it's not totally accurate delivery simulator. There's that, one very physicsy one Crazy Taxi. Shall I introduce you to? I guess, no, yeah, there's that space trucking game that I think is literally called Space Trucker, isn't it? There's, like, Elite Dangerous, which is not it's not just a space trucking game, but it's mostly a space trucking game. Or I guess, like, a space trucking MMO. What's a delivery game specifically? I would presume it's a game where you pick up an item from location A and take it to location B. Well, it's not a genre specifically. Stone was asking about games that feature delivering stuff as a mechanic. Motor Town recently? What's Motor Town? All right, the sucker is full, which means now we just are waiting for this to fill up. Which means up here, we need this to fill up first, because we need this to fill up, which is filling up pretty quick. Yeah, I need to get into... Not really. I mean, no, that's... I mean, OpenTTD is more like Factorio in a lot of ways. Like, that's more of a, like, just a production line management game, not a game where you deliver things. Like, as an example, like Death Stranding is a delivery game. You pick up an item physically and you carry it to another location. That's a delivery game. I love the fact that they named that game 2016, Rezamalin, because that implies that they were intending to make a 2017 version. Motor Town's a little bit more cartoony than Truck Simulator. I need to look this up now. Motor Town Behind the Wheel. Oh, this is a little cartoony looking. Huh. This actually looks kind of nifty. Oh, hold on a second. I'm going to be very upset if I see their faces and... Yep. Oh, that bothers me. So, this isn't a reason for you to not like the game, but I will never play this game. This uses Cinti assets, which is... like, extremely cheap on the Unity store. And is often in, what's it called? Humble Bundle for, like, pennies. And every 4th or 5th game I see on Steam uses these same assets, and it drives me so fucking nuts that it makes me angry when I see it. Like, plenty of games use it very well and look great, but... I have a question. Are you still keeping up with the food discussion, but now with the genres of video games, Zemodir? Or are you being earnest? I can't tell. But yeah, I would consider Crazy Taxi like a delivery game. Well, it's very much an arcade game, but... I mean, okay. Here's how I feel about RPG Maker stuff. If I look at it and I go, that's an RPG Maker game. Meh. If I look at it and I go, oh, that's an RPG Maker game, then cool. You know what I mean? And there's kind of a difference. Like, does it look like you made all the assets for it, or does it look like everything has like some flair put on it? Then that's something that's one thing. Like there's this game that I've had on my wish list for a while. This is an RPG Maker game. It's a real-time first-person dungeon crawler. And until the auto battler combat pops up, you would not realize that it's a RPG Maker game, but it's an RPG Maker game. I do not know how they made it first person. Or anything. It was also supposed to go into early access a year ago, so... You're a bit lost in terms of chat on account of interruptions like deliveries? Ah, fair. No, we're just trying to, like... I just asked chat to name games that require delivering objects to a place as a mechanic. You know what I've always wanted? Nintendo will never make this because Nintendo is a boring company that doesn't like being fun. I've always wanted them to make a game in the Legend of Zelda universe where you play the mailman. Sure, yeah, X4 has some trucking in it, doesn't it? Oh, that's kind of neat, Spork. But yeah, I've always wanted Nintendo to make a game like that. I mean, okay, I've got two things to say about Palworld. I really don't like the developer of Palworld. The CEO of the developer of Palworld always goes on about how they're a small company with not a lot of money, yet at the same time the dude founded Japan's biggest crypto exchange and rug pulled it. Intentionally or unintentionally. Not sure. So, yeah, I don't know. Palworld can get fucked. But the patent filing is bananas and stupid. So it's a game about delivering bombs to Nazis? Oh, so Doom is a game about delivering bullets to demons then. Is that what we're talking about? Udil Grazia, the scholar, is taken by a Famood. Internet gets connected there for a second. Trust me, you haven't missed much of value. But that Mongolian delivery simulator seems neat. You can I mean, with enough mods, you could probably fucking play RimWorld as, like, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Well, you know how we were having the silly food discussion, Stone? That discussion has bled into now a silly video game genre discussion about how everything is a game about delivering something if you think about it. It's like every game is a point and click if you try hard enough. Just waiting for this to fill so I can get my frame rate back. Easy Delivery Co. is pretty funny. It's pretty fun. No. Incorrect, Potato. Tetris is about forming lines with squares at the bottom of a screen. Get it right. Are you sure it's not about delivering fun to the goblins and elves or humans or other dwarves or whoever else is unlucky enough to be in your general vicinity? Wait, how did you know it was fun then? Did they? Oh, I guess I must have had a demo or something, right? It's like 1, 3, 5, 7. All right, now my frame rate can finally start to improve a little bit, which is lovely, because now this can refill. And my frame rate can start to come home. Oh, how I missed you. I've been at like 18 frames a second for so long, and now I'm at 35. And then this fills up. And then this fills up.
Woo!
Sure, Devilish. I will smile and nod. You drive a little key truck around delivering packages? Oh, House of the... You know, I've always wanted to play House of the Dying Sun, but then I always forget it exists and forget what it's called, because it's got such a good look to it. All right. Well, we're up to 34 FPS now. Do I wait for the for the frame rate to return all the way? I think I do. I think I do. Bubble sounds. It's a very fun, very short little game about being a bad guy in space. Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of is at this point. The game's pretty old these days. The other thing I'll say about House of the Dying Sun is whenever I see it on Steam, it always makes me think of Caves of Cud because it's got almost the same font. Or a very similar font work, you know? It's also the only game they ever made. Ezum has given birth to a girl. You know what? I was going to wait until this fills up all the way. But you know what? I just stopped caring. Let's fill up this moat. Wish us luck, chat. We are filling up the moat now. So if you're watching, now's a good time to look up if you've got the second tabbed. I'm very curious to see how far this lava goes. It feels like it's not living up to its potential, but I guess they just didn't want to make a very big game. I remember something about them running out of money, because I think that was an early access game. I could be wrong, though. A sheer pigtail sandal. Good fucking god. No, not that far. That looks pretty dope. I need to see this in ASCII. Oopsies. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty fucking cool. And that'll drain really fast, too. Because it's already down to 2 deep. Which means the entire top level's pretty much gone already. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And it's actively refilling right now, too. But the goal is to fill this layer up on this side. They could make a pair of sandals. They should really change that with the artifact shoes and socks and stuff. Yeah, look, it almost instantly drained, which is what we want to see. Almost instantly. Which means I could drain this super quick and then start up another run of lava incoming. I think that's deep enough that it'll fill up the bottom too. So let's actually turn this off. And see how quick the whole sucker drains. Devilish Potato's gonna go pull the lever. You know, actually, what this conversation reminds me of? It reminds me of one of those wrong answers only questionnaires. Like that whole food discussion. Very similar to that. Same vibe. Yeah, that's how quickly this all drains. That's what we want to see. And we have a moat. Just like that. They shall fear us. And now I should be able to do this. Should be able to open up these steel bridges. And this one here I will name Jeff. How complicated is it to wire a timer on what? Like in Dwarf Fortress? You kind of can't. You can do it with minecarts, but it's usually pretty impactful on the frame rate. Yeah, you mostly have to make like a minecart setup with a... Or, I mean, actually what you could do is you could put a lever at the end of a really long hallway and tell a dwarf to go pull it. And the lever, when you pull it, opens a door and opens a door. And that's a much faster exit. And then when they walk out or when they're walking in to pull the lever, they hit a pressure plate, which could open the drawbridges. And then when they're taking that exit, maybe pulling the lever also closes a bridge behind them so they can't... Actually, what you could do, you could have a dwarf that has to pull a lever, and pulling that lever raises a drawbridge on the way they came in. So they walk over one pressure plate, which raises all the drawbridges, or lowers all the drawbridges so that the lava can pour out. And then they pull the lever, which locks them in, and then they have to take a different exit, which is longer, which then makes them walk over another pressure plate, which closes them again. You could do something like that, but actually, that's kind of genius. But aside from that, like, I'm not really sure how else you would do it. So all of this is going to level off, and now it's time for me to finish another major project. Because I guarantee you I have enough stone. And then I'm going to go up here and begin this. We can finally finish the arena. Would absolutely be easier, but I find that when you have like minecarts doing loops and stuff off screen, powered minecarts, that's the sort of thing that impacts my frame rate, because I almost always accelerate, and minecarts moving extremely quick hurt my frame rate. But that's the only way I could think of to do it without like hurting your frame rate. Unfortunately, there isn't like and X number of ticks later, pull this a second time. But yeah, the dwarves are now constructing a ceiling. A ceiling unfeeling. Let's just go raid that place. Send these two to raise galley goals. And continue constructing. Dwelling upon seeing a goblin's dead body. Such shame. But yeah, when people ask me at this point what I'm looking forward to about the Siege update, I'm looking forward to a lot of people coming back to Dwarf Fortress, and really hoping that it makes a lot of people come back to Dwarf Fortress. Because it's been a long summer. I realize it kind of, I don't know, makes me feel like a bad person. But truly, that is the thing that I'm looking forward to the most about Dwarf Fortress's Siege stuff. Is it'll be cool when more people come back. The most annoying cat in the fortress, so any of them? Powerly enjoys being in crowds, generally finds himself to be quite helpful about the future, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, and has and is a friendly individual. He's curious and eager to learn, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, is moved by art, natural beauty, and is troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world. Sounds like a cat. Has a big family, too. His mother was a stray. Actually, no, I don't need that there. I literally just need this. Oh, no, I don't. I do need this here. True, yeah, I mean, you could do it with a push track. But, I don't know, that's then a pretty... You know, something I find kind of funny. When I made that ghost fort, which I made a video out of, Ilmirin, I did something in that fort, which was I used a lot of minecarts. Now, I did that because I was hoping that the minecarts would drop rocks on dwarves' heads and cause injuries. Truly, that's why I did that. But the reality wasn't that. They actually didn't drop many rocks on dwarves, but the dwarves did kind of go nuts because the only, like, the most common task that dwarves could do in the fortress was push minecarts or load minecarts, which they don't get any positive thoughts from. And technically I'd say that's fine, but the reason it's not, very much not, is they slowly started going insane from boredom, basically. Is that if Son of Stray isn't the name of the sequel to Stray that they'll inevitably make because that game sold 1 trillion copies, they have failed as a company. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like that might be like a Pumpy situation. I guess you could like put a vampire or something in that area or a intelligent undead. But unless you happen to have something like an intelligent undead, you might be kind of in trouble there. Frame rate is finally coming back slowly. Let's see how this raise attempt went. Poobert led the attack and outmatched the goblins with a cunning plan. Just smashing the crap out of zombies over here. Yep, Dwarf Rotten Butcher's being thrown around. Skull Rooms? Skulls Rooms? Oh man, that's a good name. Still livestock too. That's probably why there's a bunch of wild animals running around. It's just a way to open and then close the gates on one command. I think like the reason I would be hesitant to do that in most cases is because I'd be very worried that whatever I was trying to let through the gates wouldn't make it through the gates, you know? Like, I feel like it would probably be pretty likely that a dwarf would just go splat. Like if you're trying to open it for, like, minecart, like, traders or something, that, like, you just crush some random merchant. I guess you could do it with, like, doors on a lever, so, like, there's no chance of splatting, but... Unrelated, but this would be a terrible time for anybody to attack me. Like, right now would be, like, the worst time for a were creature to arrive. But yeah, I've used minecarts as, like, door timers before. Another thing I've used them for is for spears going up and down to, like, repeatedly stab things. That's another thing I've used them for. Like, I guess you could get a dwarf to just push it because it hits the switch and the spears go up. It hits the switch again, the spears go down. It hits the switch again, the spears go up. It hits the switch again, the spears go down. Repeat. Is pretty effective. It's now first of Hematite early summer. We may get attacked. Good timing on those ads, actually. They popped right when the save started. I'm going to slowly start engraving this, or as much of it as I can. All of the squads have returned. So yeah, I think next Tuesday, let the fights begin. And I'm actually going to get ahead of that a little bit and place our first contender. Bronze Colossus. Will have to be the first contender. We'll do Bronze Colossus versus some zombies or something. Because sooner than we may realize, the arena of Colorbeards will be open for business. Chat room. It's pretty quiet in here. It's been kind of a slow day in a lot of ways, but it's been an enjoyable stream. Did you enjoy it? Did you have a good time today? Hope you've been enjoying this fort. I know I've been. It's been a much more successful and fun fortress to play than some of my other recent longer forts. I do think we're getting close-ish to the end of it. Like, I don't think it's got a ton of streams left, maybe another week of streams, and then we'll have to start up something new. But I do think this is one of the nicer looking forts I've done in a while. But unfortunately, the dead walk. So we shall hide while we still can. I've been on for 8 hours, and I have somewhere I need to get to before 6 p.m., and it takes me about 20 minutes to get there, and it's currently 5:08. So, I'm going to have to call it. I do want to say thank you, though, to everybody who tuned in, everybody who took the time to watch, everybody for the Prime subs, the bits, the resubs, the gifts, and the everything, and the super chats, and the YouTube stream, and the new YouTube members. Thanks, guys. And anybody who just subscribed to the channel so that they can chat. Also appreciate it. Before you run off, though, we are going to raid somebody, so do stick around. Help us raid somebody. And to the YouTube folks, if you want to raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you next Tuesday. Same Dwarf time, same Dwarf channel. Thanks for watching, YouTube folks. We'll see you on the flip. Alrighty, Twitch.